Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about object-oriented programming. Object-oriented programming is a programming methodology in which you can use class and object to design computer programs. I will discuss about class and object in upcoming section. Let me share my screen and let's see more information about object-oriented programming, its advantages. Okay. Here you can see object-oriented programming is a programming method that uses object and their interaction to design and program applications. Okay, we can create class first and we can create object from that class, and we can use object and their interaction to design and program application. I will practically show you demo in next section. Okay. It is one of the most popular programming paradigms and is used by many programming languages such as Dart, Java, C++, Python. Many programming languages support object-oriented programming. Okay, it is just one approach to design a good software, to make a reliable software, to make a scalable software. Okay, here you can see more information. In object-oriented programming, object can be anything such as person, bank account, car, house, computer, mobile, anything. Each object has two things. One is its properties, or properties is also known as fields or attributes. We'll also discuss about it later. One is properties and another one is functions or method. This is also called behavior. Each object has properties and behavior. I am a person. I have a properties like name. I have a properties like skin color. I have properties like number of teeth, and I have properties like age and other many things. Okay, and I have a behavior like I can speak. That is one behavior. I can dance. That is another behavior, and I can run, that is also another behavior, and I can walk, that is also behavior. Each object has its properties and its behavior. Okay, its properties is also called as attributes or fields. Behavior is also called as functions or methods in object-oriented programming. With the help of object-oriented programming, you can build a real world application without any complexity. Okay, here are some advantages of object-oriented programming. It is easy to understand and use. At first, it is not so much easy. First, you need to understand concept of object-oriented programming, and after some time, after some you design. You work on object oriented programming for some months, then you can easily understand this one. And another approach is currently we are using procedural approach till now in this section. Okay, procedural approach means we can write code from top to bottom. Okay, our code runs from top to bottom, and we can also create function or method. Okay, but to design a bigger program, this is not a good approach. We need to use object oriented programming for that. Okay, we can create a multiple file, we can create a multiple class, we can create a multiple object. In our upcoming section, you will also understand about this. Okay, and after some time, after you got familiar on object-oriented programming, then it is easy to understand and use for you. Okay, it increases reusability. Okay, you can reuse your code again and again with the help of object-oriented programming. This is also one of the advantages, and it decreases the complexity. Okay, if you understood object-oriented programming very clearly, then it will definitely decrease the complexity of the program. Okay, and the productivity of programmer increases. If you are a programmer and you know object oriented programming, then you can achieve definitely many things. Okay, it makes a code easier to maintain, modify and debug. Okay, you can easily maintain your code. If you want to add more feature in object oriented programming, then this is very easy for you. Okay, if you are working on procedural programming, then it may be difficult, but if you are using object oriented approach, then you can easily maintain, you can easily modify and you can easily debug the code. Okay, debugging means a process of finding and fixing bugs. Okay, I will also discuss about it later. And another advantage is it promotes teamwork and collaboration. Okay, you can easily work with teams in object oriented programming without any conflict. Okay, and another one is it reduces the repetition of code. You do not have to write the same code again and again. That is also the advantage of object oriented programming. And let's discuss about features of object oriented programming. Features are class, object, encapsulation. This means data hiding is possible in object oriented programming. Inheritance, one class can we can easily inherit properties and method from one class to another in object oriented programming. We will also discuss about it later on our upcoming section. Polymorphism, abstraction, these are the features of object oriented programming. We will learn these features step by step in our upcoming video. Okay, upcoming section. You can also move to upcoming section, or you can also watch our upcoming video. Okay, and here you can see the main purpose of object oriented programming is to break complex problem into smaller object. Okay, you learn about these object oriented programming features later in this Dart tutorial. Okay, my personal experience is when I used object oriented programming, then my life becomes very easy. Okay, if you are just starting your programming career and if you learn object oriented programming, then it will be a lot easy for you to code and maintain your application without any errors, without less errors. Okay, thank you so much for watching this video. I will see you in the next section. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about class in Dart. Class is used to define a blueprint from which we can create object. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo of class. Okay, here you can see in object oriented programming, class is a blueprint for creating object. Okay, first of all you need to create a class, then after you can create object from that class. A class defines the properties and methods that an object will have. Okay, for example, a class dog might have properties like breed, color and methods like bark, run, etc. Okay, I am a human. I have properties like skin color, name and height, etc. And I have behavior like I can speak, that is one behavior. I can run, I can dance, that is another behavior. Okay, how we can define a class in Dart? Okay, first of all you need to write a class keyword, then you need to write a class name. You can write any name, but remember you need to write capital at the beginning. This is industry standard. And then you can write properties or field and also write methods or function. Properties or properties and fields are same, and method and function are same. Okay, and here you can see the class keyword used to define the class. Okay, this class keyword is used to define the class. This means this is the class. Okay, class name is the name of the class and must start with capital letter. This is the name of the class. Body of the class consists of properties and functions. Okay, here you can see you can write properties and functions in class body. This curly bracket means class body. And properties are used to store data. For example, I am a human and what are my data? My data is my height, my name, my gender, my skin color, etc. Okay, that is Properties are used to store the data. It is also known as fields or attribute. Okay, properties are also known as field or attribute. You need to remember this because you may heard this word multiple times. Okay, and functions are used to perform operations. Just like I am a human, I can speak, that is function, and it is also known as method. Function is also known as method. Okay, let's declare one class in that. Okay, here you can see one class, that is animal, and that animal has three properties. One is name, number of legs, another one is lifespan. Okay, this class also has a method called display, which prints all the values of the three properties. Okay, let me open my Visual Studio Code and let's see a demo. Okay, here I will say class org.dart, and let me write the main function, void main. Okay, this is our main method, and let's go. You can also create class in another file, just like here you can say person. I will create one class called person. You can also create class animal, is shown as here. Okay, I will create a class person. I will just rename this one, and file name is person.dart. Okay, person.dart. You can also create class outside this method. Okay, just create class. First of all, you need to write class, and you need to write a class name. I will say person, and first of all you need to define the properties, and you need to also define the methods. Okay, if you don't define anything, then this will be also okay, that is also fine. Let's define properties. For person, I will say integer id, person id, and I will say string name, person name, integer age, person age, and person string address. Okay, I will say like this, and you need to write a question mark. Question mark is for null safety. We'll also discuss about null safety later. Okay, this is properties. These all are id, name, age, and address are properties. And let's create a method. Okay, I'll say void display, and I will say print my id is $id. Okay, and I will print not, I will say not my id, I will say just id. Id is $id, and name is $name, and age is $age, $age, and address is $address, and then okay, this is fine. Okay, here is the example of class. This is the example of class. If I run this program, if I save this and if I run this program, I'll say dart class.org.dart, nothing happens. Here you can see nothing, because our main method is empty. Okay, we need to create object of this class. To create object, just you need to write class name person, and you need to write object name. I'll say p1 is equal to new, or you can also avoid new here, just write person here, and p1.name you can write anything. I'll say Biswaraj Paudel, and p1.id I'll say 1, p1.age I'll say 12, p1.address I will say USA. Okay, and I will say p1.display. Okay, and if I run this program, it will display all of the stuff. Here you can see ID is 1, age is 12, name is Biswaraj Paudel, and address is USA. In this way, you can create a class. This class is a blueprint from which you can create object, and you can create many person. You can also say P2, and this is very essential part of object-oriented programming. For here you learn how to create a class, how to create a properties, and how to create a method. You can create multiple properties, and you can also create multiple methods. Okay, and thank you so much for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about object in Dart. This is one of the most important feature of object oriented programming. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo. Okay, I will move to this object section. Here you can see in object oriented programming, an object is a self-contained unit of code and data. In one object you can store many values. For example, first you have created a person class, then you can create object of that person class. Okay, if I say P is the object of person class, then you can store person name in that P, and you can store person skin color there, you can store person age there, and as many things as you like you can store in that object. Okay, an object is a self-contained unit of code and data. Objects are created from template called classes. Without class you can create object. Okay, and an object is made of properties and method. Okay, we already discussed about properties and method in our previous section, class section. An object is an instance of class. An object is also called instance of class. For example, a bicycle object might have attribute like color, size, and current speed. Okay, it might have method like change gear, pedal faster, and brake. Okay, now let's see how we can declare object in Dart. Here is the syntax. First of all, you need to write a class name, and then you need to write object name. Always write object name in small case. Okay, first here you can see first word, you need to write first character, you need to write in small, and if it has two words, then you can write second word first character in capital letter. Okay, here is the syntax. You need to write class name. If the class is person, then you need to write person P is equal to person. Okay, this is the very easy formula. Okay, now let's do one example of object. Okay, just I will open my Visual Studio Code and let's write some code. First of all, I will create new file. I will say main.dart, and I will also create another class. Okay, I will create one class first, and I will say camera.dart. Okay, here the class name is camera. Okay, and what are the properties of camera? Okay, I will say integer ID, and I will say string camera name, and I will say integer megapixel. Okay, you can also add many items as you can. Okay, I will create, and I will also say price. Okay, double price. Okay, you need to write here question mark. Okay, now this is fine. Let's create one method, void. I'll say display, and it is responsible to display items. I will say ID is $ID, and print ID is $ID, name is $name, price is price, megapixel, megapixel is MP, and price is price. Okay, you can also create another method. This is method. Okay, I'll create another method. This is one method which is display, and let's create another method. I'll say void is price high, price high. Okay, I'll say bool, not void. We already talked about this one. Okay, if price is greater than, you need to write exclamation here. We'll discuss about this exclamation in our null safety section. If price is greater than 200 or 2000, I'll say return true. Okay, and else I'll say return false. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, our blueprint is ready, our class is ready. Now it's time to create object. Okay, now let's go to main and write main method here, and let's create object of camera first. Okay, we need to write camera c1 is equal to camera, and I will say c1 dot name is equal to Sony, and c1 dot id is equal to, I will say 1, and c1 dot price is equal to, I will say something like this. Okay, id, and then another c1 dot megapixel is equal to 50 megapixel. Okay, now I will display that c1 dot display. Okay, this method is used to display. Let's display the dart main dot dart. Okay, here you can see id is 1, name is Sony, megapixel is 50, price is 554.0. Okay, now here you can see we have created object that is c1. Okay, in c1 here you have stored in c1 dot name is equal to Sony, and c1 dot id is equal to 1, c1 dot price is equal to 5545, and c1 dot mp is equal to 50. In this way you can create object, and you can store the properties of that class in that object. Okay, here you can see you can also create another object. You can also say camera c2 is equal to new camera, or you can just write camera here. Okay, c2 dot id is equal to, I'll say 2. Okay, c2 dot megapixel or name is equal to Canon, c2 dot megapixel is equal to, I will say 25, c2 dot price I will say 2200. Okay, and let's display c2 dot display. Okay, if I run this program, now here are two objects. Okay, it will print two items. This is one item and this is another item. Okay, in this way you can create multiple objects from a same class and display the result. You can also check for whether the price is high or not. I'll say if c2 dot is price high. Okay, is price high, and then if c1, we have checked the c1, and I'll say print price is high for dollar c1 dot name. Okay, and you can also check another one. just if c2 price is high for c2 dot name. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see price is high for Sony, price is high for Canon got printed. In this way you can print the information, and this is the way to create object. And let's see our more example. You can also practice this example, and here are some key points. The main method is the entry point of the application. You always need it to see the result. You can also ignore new keyword. Okay, if you write new, then that will be okay. If you write camera, c2 is equal to new camera, this will be also okay. But if you avoid this one, then in that this will also work. This is the advantage of that. And here is one challenge for you. Create a class camera with properties name, color, megapixel. Create a method display, which display the value of 3 properties. Create 2 objects of the camera and call the method display. This is very easy. You can try this on your computer or mobile phone and paste it on the comment section. And thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about class and object in Dart. In our previous section we already discussed about what is class and what is object. Let's revise once again and let's see a complete demo of class and object in Dart. Okay, let me share my screen. Here you can see class is a blueprint for creating object. First you need to create a class, then you can create object from that class. Okay, a class defines the properties and the method that the object will have. I hope you understood this point very clearly. If you want to learn more about class in Dart, then you can move to the previous section. Okay, and what is object? An object is an instance of a class. Okay, you can create multiple objects from a same class. Class is like a blueprint. Okay, if I have a blueprint of house, then I can create multiple house by using that blueprint. Okay, and if you want to learn more about object, then you can also go to previous section. Okay, and let's see a complete example. Okay, we already discussed about class and object. So why we are doing this here? We are doing this here because to improve your knowledge. Okay, now and my knowledge also. It will be beneficial for me also. Okay, let me create a new file. Okay, I will say interest, and we'll make simple interest calculator using object oriented programming. Okay, I'll say interest.dart, and let's create a class called interest. With the help of class you can create your own class with your own desired name. That is very beneficial. Okay, interest, I'll say double principal. You need to write question mark here for null safety. We'll also discuss about this later. Double time and double rate. Everything is double. Okay, and okay, these are the properties. Okay, these are the properties. Some people also call it as fields. Okay, I will check out here. Let me open class and object. I'll move to this class section. Here you can see properties are also known as fields, attribute or data members. Okay, you need to understand this concept. Okay, fields, attribute or data member, also properties. Okay, these all are the same. And method or function, you can create multiple function, you can create multiple properties. Okay, for this time I will only create one function, that is double. I will return the double value. calculate interest, or I'll only say double calculate. Okay, let's say double simple interest is equal to principal, you need to write exclamation, into time, you need to write exclamation here also, into r exclamation, and then divide by 100. Okay, this is the formula. Let's return this simple interest. Okay, or you can also write return principal into time into rate by 100. Okay, now let's move to our main file, and here I will remove all the code. Okay, just main function here, and I will import interest.dart, import interest.dart, and let's create object of interest. Interest I is equal to interest, and I will say I dot principal is equal to 5000, and I dot rate is equal to 3%, and I dot time is 2 years. Okay, let's calculate interest. I will say I dot calculate, this will return value, we need to store that value here, double si is equal to, and we can say print the simple interest is $si. Okay, in this way you can find the simple interest using class. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see the simple interest is 300 got printed. Okay, here I is object and this interest is class, and this is method of that class. Okay, you can see this is class name is interest, and we have three properties, principal, time and rate, and we have one method that is calculate, which is responsible to calculate the simple interest and return that value. Here in the main method we have created object of interest class, and we have we set the value of principal, rate and time for that object, that is I, and here you can see we have calculated the interest and printed that interest. In this way you can use class and object in Dart. Okay, let's move here and let's see more about this one. Okay, here are three examples. You can also practice these examples. And here is one thing, a class is declared using a class keyword. This okay, we already discussed about this one. Okay, here you can see examples of class and object. Here are three examples, you can practice it. And here is also one challenge for you. Create a class home with name, address and number of room properties. Create a method called display which print out the values of the properties. Create object from home and set the values of the properties. Call the display method to print out the properties. Okay, that properties values, you need to print that value. And thank you so much for watching this video. If you have any question regarding class and object in Dart, then comment below. I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about constructor in Dart. Constructor is used to initialize the object value. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo. Okay, here you can see constructor in Dart. A constructor is a special method. Constructor is a method. Okay, we already discussed about method in our previous section. It is used to initialize an object. You can initialize the values of object using constructor, which is very easy. I will show you demo very soon. Okay, it is automatically called when object is created. Constructor is called automatically when object is created. Okay, and it can be used to set the initial values of the object properties. Okay, that is fine. For example, the following code create a person class object and set the initial values for name and age properties. Here you can see person person is equal to person, we have initialized the values of one is name, another one is age. If we don't use constructor, then we need to initialize value by this way. Here you can see this is the long way, this is just one line way and very easy. Okay, here are the things to remember. The constructor name should be the same as class name. Constructor and class name must be same. Okay, constructor does not have any return type. We already discussed in our method section that method has return type. You can create a method with return type, but constructor does not have any return type. Okay, now here you can see syntax. Just you need to write a class name and body of constructor. I will show you a simple example of constructor first. Okay, for that let me create ctor.dart. okay, constructor.dart. okay, first of all let me create one class. Okay, the class name is person. I will say person.dart. okay, I will say class and class name is person, and let's write two things. One is string name, another one is integer age. Okay, okay, now let's create constructor. Okay, to create constructor, first of all you need to write a class name. Okay, and then you need to write, if you write nothing, then this is the default constructor. Okay, this is the default constructor. Let me write question mark here and also write question mark here for null safety. Okay, this is the default constructor, and I will just print something here. Okay, let me print constructor is called. Constructor is called. Okay, now let's create our main method, void main, and let's create object of person. Okay, I will say person p is equal to new person, or you can, if you don't write new, then that will be okay. Now let's run the code. Okay, here we are creating object. Okay, now let me run the code. I will just say dart, our file name is person.dart. okay, okay, here you can see constructor is called. When you just create object from a class, then constructor is automatically called. Okay, this is the way. And constructor is used to initialize the value. How we can initialize the value? If I want to print the name of print p.name, what will be the output? Let's print the name. I'll run. Here you can see null. This is null. What if we need name here? And we can initialize that name and age here in line number 11. Okay, for that first of all you need to pass string to value. You can say name and you can say integer age. Okay, and then here you need to write this dot name is equal to name, and another one, this dot age is equal to age. Okay, here you can see we are passing name and age. Let's pass name and age. I will pass name as John and I will pass age is 13. Okay, or 30. Okay, now while printing p.name, if I run this program, here you can see John got printed. And in the similar way, if I print age, here you can see 30 got printed. In this way you can use constructor to initialize the value. here is one message constructor is called, because we are also printing that on line number 6. If you remove that, then it will not show visible to you. Okay, in this way you can use constructor in Dart. Okay, what is the meaning of this? Okay, this means while we are creating a person class and the object name is P, this P dot name is equal to zone, this P dot age is equal to 30. Okay, here you can see here is also name and age. First of all, this zone and this 30 name and age value pass here. Name becomes zone and age becomes 30, and this name, this dot name means this name. Okay, this refers to class name. Okay, and this name is this one name. You can also write N and A here, and you need to write N and A here. Okay, in this way you can also perform the task. Okay, this is the actual meaning of constructor and actual demonstration of constructor. Okay, let's move forward. Okay, here you can see how to declare constructor in Dart. We have already done this example. Now let's move forward. Here you can see that this keyword is used to refer the current instance of class. It is used to access the current class properties. In the example above, parameter names and the properties of the constructor student are the same. Okay, here you can see this and this name, age and roll number are same, so we are using this to avoid the confusion. Okay, this is the way to use this in Dart constructor. Okay, now let's see another example. Here is also a same example. You can also write method. Okay, I'll say void display and I will print name is name, and I will print age is $age. Okay, if you are from Java background, then you must write this here. If you are from Dart, and then in Dart if you don't write this, then that will be also okay, fine. Okay, now let's do not print this one, just write p dot display. Okay, this will display the value of person. Okay, here you can see name is John and age is 30, and you can also display other object. Okay, let me create another person object. Person p2 is equal to person, I will say name is Harry and I will say age is 23, and if I write p2 dot display, then if I run this program, here you can see name is Harry and age is 23 got printed. In this way you can create multiple objects of the same class using constructor. Okay, now let's move forward. Okay, here you can see another example, constructor in Dart. Here is car class, and here you can see name and price are the properties of that car class, and constructor is used to initialize the values of that name and price, and we have one method that is display, which is used to display the name and price of the car, and we created object from that class car, and we have initialized the value BMW and price of that car, and we have used car.display method to display the result of car. In this way you can use constructor. And here is also another example. You can see here is staff class with 4 properties, and here is a constructor for initializing the values of name, phone1 and subject. Here is not phone2. Okay, here you can see here is phone2, but in constructor there is no phone2. And while displaying the result, we are displaying all the name, phone1, phone2 and subject. Let's see the result. Here you can see phone2 is null. Okay, in this way you can use constructor. You can also initialize your own values. It is not required to initialize all the properties value. Okay, it is completely your choice. Okay, now let's move forward. Write constructor is in single line. Okay, write constructor in single line. You can also write constructor in single line. Okay, let's write this constructor in single line. For this, you just need to remove this one and remove this one. Okay, just you need to write this dot name and this dot name comma this dot age. Okay, okay, this is similar. If I run this program, nothing will be changed. Nothing will change. Okay, here you can see name is John, age is 30. You must write this dot name and this dot age. This is similar to this one. Okay, this is similar to this one. This make our code very easy. Okay, you can just write this dot name and just write comma this dot age. Okay, this is a single line example of constructor. Okay, now let's move forward. Writing constructor with optional parameter. Okay, optional parameter means you can pass the value, or if you don't pass the value, then that will be also okay. Now let's do this one. Okay, for the optional parameter, let me make optional parameter as age. Okay, just I'll write square bracket here. Okay, if I write square bracket here, then age is optional. If I don't pass the age of person P, then this program will work and this will display the null value. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see name is John, age is null, and name is Harry, and age is 23. You can also initialize it with default value, age equal to 0, or it is your choice based on the scenario you are working. Okay, here you can see now age is 0. You can also initialize with some default value. Okay, this is the way how to use optional parameter in constructor. Okay, we already discussed about this optional parameter in our method section. Okay, you can also move to the method section and learn more about it. Okay, now this is very important. Constructor with named parameter. Okay, named parameter is very useful. Just I'll remove this one optional parameter. Okay, for now, and I will say I'll write curly bracket here and curly bracket here, and I'll write one word that is required, required, required and required. Now if you write curly bracket, then here you can see you wrote curly bracket, and this is named parameters. Okay, named parameters and named constructor are different things. Okay, let's use named parameters. Okay, for the named parameter you need to write here name John, and you need to write age and age here. Okay, this makes your code a lot simpler. Okay, now let me write name is Harry and age is 23. Okay, if I run this program, you can see the same output. In this way you can use named parameter in constructor. Okay, there is also another concept which is named constructor. I will also discuss about this named constructor in upcoming section. Okay, now let's move forward, and Here you can see constructor with default values. You can we already discussed that you can also write a default value for the constructor. Just you need to write name is equal to okay, this doesn't make any sense. We are writing required, and okay, if I say this dot name is equal to hello, and if I don't pass name here, okay, I'll just only pass as, and if I run this program, then name is hello. Okay, in this way you can pass the default value for the object, okay, using constructor. And I hope this section is very helpful for you. And here are some key points. The constructor name should be the same as class name. Okay, the constructor does not have return type. Okay, and another one is constructor is only called once at the time of object creation. While you create object, constructor is called automatically. Constructor is called automatically when an object is created. Constructor is used to initialize the values of the properties of the class. Okay, here is one challenge for you. Create a class patient with 3 properties: name, age, and disease. The class has one constructor. Create one constructor. The constructor is used to initialize the values of 3 properties. Also create object of patient called patient. Print the values of 3 properties using the object. Okay, you can try this problem on your own and comment below the code. Okay, and I will see that code and I will provide you feedback. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. If you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about default constructor in Dart. Constructor is automatically called while we create an object. Default constructor is a constructor with no parameter. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo. Okay, here you can see the constructor which is automatically created by the Dart compiler. If you don't create a constructor, is default constructor, or default constructor has no parameters. Okay, a default constructor is declared using the class name followed by parentheses. Okay, now let's do a practical demo. In our previous section we already have learned how to create a default constructor, but here I am making this video because I want to make a dedicated video on default constructor so that you can understand it more clearly. Okay, now let's create a default constructor in Dart. Okay, here you can see laptop is a class name and we have 2 properties here. One is brand and another one is price, and this is constructor and this is main method. Okay, now first of all let me create a class called laptop. I will say laptop.dart. Okay, and then you need to create a class called laptop. This is our laptop class, and let's write properties first. Okay, let's write properties. Okay, now fine, and one property is brand and another property is double price. Okay, now let's write question mark here. Okay, okay, now this question mark is to remove null safety. We'll also discuss about null safety after this object oriented programming section. Okay, now let's move. Let's create a constructor. Okay, constructor with empty parentheses. Okay, this is a default constructor. You do not need to create this constructor. Okay, that is so smart that it will create this default constructor automatically. This is for only demonstration purpose. Okay, now let's create a main method here. Void, I'll say main, and let's create object of that. Okay, I'll say laptop L is equal to laptop. Okay, our L is object. Now I'll say L dot brand is equal to Dell. L dot price is equal to, I will say, okay, this one. Okay, if I don't initialize the values of the properties, then what happened? Let's run the program. Dart laptop dot dart. Okay, here you can see nothing happens. And if I print here something, okay, if I print constructor C called, okay, now if I run this program, here you can see constructor call got printed. Okay, this is default constructor. If it does not have anything, then there is no sense to write it. Okay, if you want to execute something while creating object, then you need to create a constructor. With the help of default constructor, you can initialize the values. For example, if you want to initialize the laptop brand to NA, for example, I'll say this dot brand is equal to, I'll say just NA. Okay, and if I print L dot brand, then it will print. Okay, I'll just print this one. If I print L dot brand, and if I run this program, here you can see NA got printed. In this way, you can also use default constructor. In the next section, we will learn parameterized constructor in detail. And I hope you understood about default constructor. In real life, the use of default constructor is very less. Okay, but if you understood this concept, it will be beneficial for you. So that I created this dedicated video for you. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you like this video, hit the like button. And if you have any question regarding default constructor, then comment down below. Here is one problem, okay, one challenge for you. I hope you accept this challenge and make your programming ability a lot stronger. Okay, here you can see, try to create a person with two properties, name and planet. Okay, one property is name, class name is person, one property is name, another property is planet. Okay, you can declare both in string type. Create a default constructor to initialize the value of planet to earth. Okay, initialize the value of planet to earth. Like here we initialize the value of brand to NA. Okay, and create an object of class person. Create object of class person. We have created object of laptop here. Okay, set the name to your name. Okay, just set the name to your name, like laptop dot brand is equal to something. You need to write person dot p dot name is equal to something, and just print name and planet. Okay, I hope you understood this challenge, and I'm sure that you will definitely solve this problem. And if you have any question, then comment down below. And thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about parameterized constructor in Dart. Parameterized constructor means constructor that has parameter on it. Okay, I will share my screen and let's see a complete demo of parameterized constructor. Okay, here you can see parameterized constructor is used to initialize the instance variable of a class. Okay, parameterized constructor is the constructor that takes parameter. It is used to pass the values to the constructor at the time of object creation. It is already we discussed about constructor, default constructor. In parameterized constructor, we need to pass the parameter. Okay, let's declare one parameterized constructor called student. and let's initialize the value of name, age and roll number. Okay, just I will create a new file and call it as student.dart. Okay, now let's create a class student. Okay, now it's time to create properties. Okay, for the properties I will say ID and I will say name and I will say roll number and okay, and I will say a string school name. Okay, just I will say school. Okay, now it's time to create a constructor. Let's create a constructor. I will create a constructor in shorthand so that student this dot id comma this dot name this dot roll number this dot school. Okay, now this is fine, and also write question mark here. Okay, now let's write our main method void main, and let's create student object. Student s is equal to student, and I will write id here, and I'll say name is Bimal and roll number is 1, school is ABC school. Okay, that is great. Okay, now let's this is object. Okay, this yes is object. Okay, let's create a method, one method here to display all the things. Okay, okay, I'll say void display, and display is responsible to display. Just print id is id, print name is $name, print roll number is $roll number, and print school is $school. Okay, now let's use this method s.display. Okay, now let's run this program. I'll say dart student.dart. Okay, here you can see id is 1, name is Bimal, roll number is 1, school is ABC school got printed. Okay, let's see what is happening here. Okay, we have created object of student and we have initialized the id by 1, name by Bimal, roll number by 1 and school by ABC school. And s.display, here in the student class there is display method which is responsible for displaying all the items. In the similar way you can also create another student s2 is equal to student, and I'll say id s2, name is Raj, roll number is 134, school is ABC school, and I will also say s2.display. Okay, and if I run this program, this will print this second record also. Okay, in this way you can use parameterized constructor. This is called parameterized constructor because here you can see there are 1 2 3 4 number of parameter. Okay, and we are passing arguments. Okay, in this way you can create parameterized constructor in Dart. Okay, and parameterized constructor and named parameter means different things. In the next section we will learn about named parameter. Okay, now let's move forward. Parameterized constructor with named parameters. Okay, named parameter and named constructor are two different things. Okay, you need to understand this concept. In the next section I will describe very detailedly about this named constructor. in this section, let's discuss about name parameter. Okay, if you want to use named parameter here, just write curly bracket. Okay, this is named parameter. Okay, and with after writing this name parameter, you need to write id here. Okay, and you need to write name here, you need to write roll number. Okay, and you need to write school. Okay, and similarly here you need to write id and name and roll number and school. Okay, okay, this parameterized, you can see we have used a named parameter here. This parameterized constructor with named parameter makes your code more readable, and there will be less chance of error in your program. Okay, now this program works fine. For me, this is the best way. Okay, if I run this program, this will print the same thing, and if you want to make it more attractive, just print one line here. Okay, just write line here, and this will make your code more effective. Okay, here you can see id1 and id2 got printed. In this way you can use this parameterized constructor. Okay, and let's move forward. Parameterized constructor with default value. If you want to write a default value, here you can see for school we are writing abc school. Abc school is same for all students, right? So why do we need to write ABC school here? Let's declare it here. Okay, this dot school is equal to ABC school. This means if you don't pass school, then by default school will be ABC school. Okay, ABC school. If I remove this, then this will also work. Okay, now this is fine. If I run this program, here you can see ABC school got printed in both. Okay, and one more thing, if I don't write id here, if I don't write id for student 1, then this will work. What is happening? Okay, if this id is required in the named parameter, okay, you need to write required keyword. Okay, required, required. Okay, this means this id is required. Okay, here we need to write this curly bracket, and you need to also write required. Where required, just write required. Okay, required this dot roll number, and okay, school is not required because we have already wrote this ABC school here. Okay, and in this way you can use this constructor, this parameterized constructor in Dart. I hope you understood about the parameterized constructor. If you have any question regarding parameterized constructor, then comment down below. I will reply you. And if you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about named constructor in Dart. If you are from another programming language, for example Java, C++, there you can create multiple constructor with the same name. But in Dart, that is not possible. But there is the way you can just use named constructor. Okay, this is very easy and very interesting. Let me share my screen and let's see a demo. Okay, here you can see named constructor in Dart. In most of the programming languages like Java, C++, C#, we can create multiple constructor with the same name, but in Dart this is not possible. Okay, let's try it out. I'll create one class called, I'll say computer.dart. Okay, let me create a class computer, or I will create a class called add. Okay, Okay, this is responsible to add two numbers, integer n1, integer n2. Okay, now let's create constructor. I'll say add, and I'll say this dot n1 comma this dot n2. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, this is constructor, and if you want to create another constructor, then this is not possible here. Okay, if I move my cursor here, this will say unnamed constructor is already defined. Okay, this type of message you can see here. Okay, this is not possible in Dart, but in other programming languages, just like in Java, in C++, and in C#, you can create a same constructor with the constructor has the name same name as class name, but you can write a different parameters here. But this is not possible in Dart. In Dart, you need to create a named constructor for that. Okay, now let's see how we can create a named constructor. Just write dot and your constructor name. Okay, if you want to create, okay, I will write integer n1, integer, I'll say n3 also. Okay, n3 also, number 3 also, and I'll write question mark, question mark, question mark here, and let me create another constructor. I'll say add dot 3 number or add dot num3. Okay, I'll say this one, and I will pass this dot n1 comma this dot n2 comma this dot n3. Okay, this default constructor, this is not a default constructor. This parameterized constructor takes two parameter, and this named constructor with parameter, this contains 3 parameters. Okay, now let's create a main method, void main, and if you want to add two numbers, okay, I'll say add a is equal to add, okay, I'll say 10, 20. Okay, what if I want to get the result? Okay, we need to create a method also, void display sum, or I'll say just say display, and I will print, okay, integer n2, and okay, let's say if n3 is equal to null. If n3 is equal to null, then n3 is equal to 0. Okay, okay, now I'll say var or integer sum is equal to n1 plus n2 plus n3. Okay, okay, here is some issue. Now let's solve this issue. Okay, you need to write colon here, n1, n2 and n3. Okay, you will understand the concept of this exclamation, not colon, exclamation in our null safety section. Okay, now I will just print the sum is $sum. Okay, okay, now let's print the value of sum. Okay, okay, if I run this program, our program name is computer.dart. Okay, now let's run the program, dart computer.dart. Okay, here you can see the sum is 30 got printed. If I want to use the name constructor, then I need to use add.num3. okay, I need to also pass one more value here. I'll say 50, and if I run this program, here you can see 80 got printed. In this way, you can use named constructor in Dart. In Flutter, it is mostly used for here you can see you can also use named constructor with this optional parameter and named parameter. Okay, if you want to use a named parameter here, then you need to write this curly bracket. Okay, if I write curly bracket, then I need to also pass this n1 n2 n3 n1 n2 and n3. Okay, this is also good idea. Okay, this makes your code more readable. Okay, now let's see a real life example. Okay, here you can see there is one class person. Okay, this example will help you while working on Flutter. Okay, I'll create a one class called, okay, here is class called person. Let's create a class called person. Okay, class person. Okay, let's write properties. Okay, our properties are, let's see, name and age. Okay, okay, I will say string name and I will say integer age. Okay, and you need to write a question mark here. Okay, now let's create a constructor. Okay, I'll create a constructor person and say this dot name, this dot age. Okay, now this is also fine. This is constructor. Let's create another constructor. That another constructor is person dot from JSON. Okay, I'll say constructor and I will say person dot from JSON. You can write anything here. I'm writing from JSON, and let's pass map of string and dynamic and give. Okay, okay, let's pass map of string dynamic and name it as JSON. Okay, I'll pass it map of string dynamic. We already discussed about map in our previous section. Okay, now let's do it. Name is equal to JSON name and age is equal to JSON age. Okay, just I set the value of name is equal to JSON name and set the value of age is equal to JSON age. Okay, this name and this age. Okay, now let's write our main method. Void, I'll say main because this is the main method, and let's write one simple JSON. Okay, this is JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript object notation. Okay, okay, I'll just write it string JSON string 1, and this is the simple JSON, and we need to parse this JSON. Okay, now let's parse this JSON and we need to pass it to here. Okay, to parse we need to use JSON decode. Okay, now I will say var parse JSON is equal to JSON decode, and I will say JSON string 1. Okay, JSON string 1, and let me create a person object. Person p1 is equal to person dot from JSON. I'll pass the parse JSON here, and let me print p1 dot name. Okay, now let's see the output. What will happen? Dart person dot dart. Okay, here you can see Biswaraj got printed. This is JSON. Okay, JSON stands for JavaScript object notation. If you want to learn JSON, then you can go to this technology channel and just click on learn JSON, and here you will find all the information about JSON. If you want to be the expert on Flutter, then you must have the knowledge of JSON. Okay. In the after some time I will also create a Flutter tutorial, and there you will see the live demonstration, okay, more clearly. And this is also very useful. I hope you understood this concept. If you haven't understood this concept, then go to our previous section and watch the map video. Okay, now here is one challenge. Try to create a class car with 3 properties: name, color and price, and one method display which print out the values of 3 properties. Create a constructor which takes 3 parameters. Create a name constructor which only take 2 parameters, name and color. Create object of the class from both of the constructor and call the method display. Okay, please try this question, and if you solve this, then comment down below. And if you have any question, then also comment down below. I will help you. And thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end, and I will see you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about constant constructor in Dart. Constant constructor means you cannot change the value of that constructor after you initialize the value. Okay, that is constant constructor. It makes your program very fast. If you don't want to change the value once declared, then why to create non-constant constructor? You can just create constant constructor, and this is very easy. Okay, here you can see constant constructor is a constructor that create constant object. A constant object is an object whose value cannot be changed. A constant constructor is declared using the keyword const. Okay, here you can see constant constructor is used to create the object which value cannot be changed. Why we should use this? Because it improves the performance of the program. Okay, here you can see rule for declaring constant constructor in Dart. All the properties of the class must be final. You need to write a final before writing the property name. Okay, I will show you a demo. It does not have a body. This constructor does not have a body. Constant constructor. Only class containing constant constructor is initialized using the const keyword. Okay, now let's see a complete demo. Here you can see point is the class name. Okay, let's do it. I will create a new class called point.dart. Let's create a class called point. Okay, in constant constructor you need to write final here. Final integer, I'll say x, and final integer y. Okay, if you want to declare a constant constructor, then you need to write constant const at the first. Okay, just write const and write a class name and this dot x comma this dot y. Okay, now you can also convert this to this named parameter and just write required here, required, and just write required here. Okay, and now let's create point object. Okay, I'll say void main here. Okay, let's create object of point p is equal to point, I'll say x is 10 and y is 20. Okay, if you want to make it constant, then you need to write constant here also. Okay, I'll say p1, and if I write p2 here and the value is same. Okay, let me print the hash code. Okay, p1, it is the unique code of p1 object and unique code of p2 object. Okay, p1 dot hash code, not this one, just hash code. Okay, if I run this program here, p2. Okay, if I run this program, that when dot dart, okay, here you can see same hash code. If I don't write constant here, then you can see here are different hash code, okay. If you write constant here, then the same memory is used, okay. It is declared one time and we can use it multiple times, so it will improve the performance of the program, okay. In the Flutter, if you write const text and if you write here some text, then if you are using that text again, then it will not create a whole widget. It will just take that widget from the memory and put it on the screen, okay. This const improves your program performance a lot, okay. So it's a good habit to use const if you are 100% sure that your this object is, if you declare one time and that is okay, then you can create a constant constructor in Dart, okay. In this way you can create a constant constructor. And here you can see another example, constant constructor with named parameter. And if you want to change the value, if I say p1 dot x is equal to 100, then this is not possible. Here you can see one message, x cannot be used as stated because it is final, okay. Now okay, here is also another example. You can try these examples, and here is also challenge for you. Constant constructor improves the performance of the program. Here is one challenge: create a class student with 3 properties, name, age and roll number, okay. This is very simple. Just create a properties with name, age and roll number, and the class will have one constant constructor. Create one constant constructor, okay. The constructors will be initialize the values of 3 properties. You need to initialize the values of name, age and roll number through constructor. Create an object of class student, okay. Create object of class student. Print all the values of 3 properties, okay. You can use const in this challenge. And if you have any question, then comment down below. If you like this video, hit the like button. I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you. Encapsulation is one of the most important part of object-oriented programming. Welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about encapsulation in Dart. Encapsulation means data hiding. You can achieve data hiding with the help of encapsulation. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo. Here you can see information about encapsulation in Dart. And before learning about encapsulation, you must have basic understanding of class, object, constructor. This will help you to understand encapsulation in much better way. If you don't have knowledge of class, object, then you can go to our previous section or watch our previous videos, okay. Now let's talk about encapsulation. Here you can see in Dart, encapsulation means hiding data within a library. Hiding data within a library. If you are from Java background or other programming background, most of the programming language support in object-oriented programming, they support data hiding within a class. But in Dart, you can hide data within a library. What is library? Basically, library means a file. If you create a one file, then that file is library, okay. You can also create multiple file and make a library, okay. Now here you can see in Dart, encapsulation means hiding data within a library, preventing it from outside factors. It helps you to control your program and prevent it from becoming too complicated. I will show you a practical demo, and let's talk about what is library in Dart, okay. By default, every .dart file is library, okay. When you create one Dart file, that is a library. A library is a collection of functions and classes. A library can be imported into another library using import keyword. I will also do it practically, and you can also create a lib folder and create multiple files in library, but we'll not discuss about that one here. Okay, I would like to make this tutorial very easy for you. Okay, how to achieve encapsulation in Dart? Okay, encapsulation can be achieved by, first you need to create class property private. Okay, just declare class property as private by using underscore. In Java you can make a class property private by writing private keyword, but in Dart there is no keyword like private. You need to write underscore for that. Okay, and this underscore makes your properties library level private, not class level private. Okay, and you can provide getter and setter method to access and update the value of private property. Getter is used to get the value and setter is used to set the value of that private property. Okay, now let me move forward. Here you can see that doesn't support keyword like public, private, protected. That uses underscore to make a property or method private. You can also make a method private. The encapsulation happens at library level, not class level. Here is also one important thing. Okay, now let's talk about getter and setter. As I already discussed, getter is used to get the values of that class property and setter is used to set the values of that class property. Okay, now let's see a practical demo. Here you can see one example. In this example there is a class employee with two private properties. Okay, here you can see ID and name are two private property. How you can declare private property? Just by writing underscore. Okay, and here is getter method. This getter method is used to get ID. It will return that ID. Okay, and here is another getter method for name, that is get name, and it will return the name. And here is set ID method, setter method, which is responsible to set the ID. Okay, and here is set name method, which is responsible to set the name. Okay, now here you can see in the main method there is a object emp of class employee, and we have first set the value of ID and name, and then we printed the value of ID and name. Okay, now let's see a practical demo. Let me create a new file. I'll declare it as student. Okay, student.dart. Okay, now let me create a class student. Okay, this is student class, and let me declare private properties. Okay, okay, I'll say string name and I'll say integer age. Okay, okay, now let's write question mark here. Okay, you'll learn about this question mark in our null safety section. Okay, now let's create getter. Okay, getter to get name. Okay, you can write getter in multiple ways. You can also write get keyword. I will also tell you very soon. For now I will say get name. Okay, okay, here I will write string. If you don't write data type, then that will be also okay. This will also work, and I will return this dot underscore name. Okay, and you need to write exclamation here. Okay, now let's write another method, string, not string, integer. I will say get id, okay, sorry, get age, and then I will say return this dot underscore name, sorry, age. Okay, now also need to write exclamation here. Now we need to create a setter method, okay. This is getter to get name, this is getter to get age, and we for setter method just write setter to set name, okay, and also we need to set age. Okay, let's set void set name. I will say set name, and here we need to pass string name, okay, and then we need to save this one, this dot name is equal to this name, and also we need to create another method, that is void set age, okay. This will take integer, and I will say this dot underscore age is equal to age, okay. Now here you can see we have created private properties and getter to get the properties value and setter to set the properties value, okay. You can also create your own getter and setter by this way, and it is your choice. If you don't want to get name, then you can avoid this getter, okay. It is not compulsory to write all the getter and setter. It is completely depend upon your own requirement, okay. Now let's create a main method, okay. Void main, okay, void main, and I will create object of student, okay. Now student s is equal to student, and s dot, okay, here you can see s dot age is equal to, I'll say 15, okay, and s dot name is equal to, I'll say zone, okay. If I print this one, s dot underscore name, and if I print s dot underscore age, okay. If I run this program, let me run this program, I will say dart, okay, dart, our file name is student.dart, okay. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see zone and 15 got printed, okay. If you are from Java background, then this code will not work, okay, but in Dart this is working. Why this is working? If here, if you don't write this one, okay, if you don't write this code, then there is no problem. Why we need to write getter and setter, okay. Okay, library, this underscore is accessible in library, okay, not in class level. It is accessed in library level. So if you create main file outside, okay, let me create main.dart outside, okay, and if I copy and paste this code, and if I import student, okay, then this will not work. Here you can see the setter age is not defined for the type student, okay. In the library level it will work, but outside that library it will not work, okay. you need to create a custom getter and setter for that. Okay, now to set the age, okay, to set the age, I will say s dot set age, and I will write age is 15 or 14 or anything like that. And to set the name, I will say s dot set name, and I will say zone. Okay, to print the name, I need to write get name. Okay, to get the name, to get the age, I need to write get age. And if I run this program now, okay, if I run this program, that main.dart, okay, here you can see information got printed. Okay, you need to understand this one. This underscore works in library level, not class level. Okay. Okay. Now, what is the advantage of this setter and getter? In our upcoming section, we'll discuss about getter and setter more detailedly. Why we need this getter and setter? Okay. Okay. If you set the value of age to -15, then this will work. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see this will work. Okay, but the person age or student age is never -15. Okay, now how we can tackle with this situation? If you have created getter and setter, then you can obviously tackle this situation. Okay, I will open this method. Here you can write condition. If age is greater than 0, or if age is less than 1 or less than 0, then you can set, or you can also throw exception, this dot age is equal to, we'll say 0. Okay, else this dot age is equal to age. Okay, you can write this type of logic. Okay, this dot age is equal to age. Okay, here you can see you can also write condition in setter. Obviously in getter also you can write your own condition, and you will get more control. Okay, you can handle conflict very well. Okay, if you change this method to underscore name to names, and you also need to change only in class level, you will not need to change here. Okay, this will make your code more maintainable. Okay, that is another advantage of encapsulation. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see private properties. We need to write private properties by underscore, and also here you can see here is class employee with name property, and here is string get name. Here is getter, which will return that name, and set name, which will set the name. And we have created object of class employee, and we have set the name to Jack and get name, and this will print Jack. Okay. Okay, why aren't private properties are private? Why? We already discussed about this one. Here you can see also the same example. Okay, the reason is that using underscore before the variable or method name makes it library private, not class private. In that you need to understand this one. Okay. Okay, now it means that the variable or method is only visible to the library which it is declared. Library means just a file. Okay, it is not visible to any other library. In simple word, library is one file. If you write main method in a separate file, this will not work. Okay, we have already seen the demo of this one. Okay, here is the solution to see the private properties in action. you must create a separate file for the class and import it to the main file and create object of it. Okay, now here is another thing, read only properties. Okay, here is class student, and if I say final, and I will say final string, I will say school is equal to, I will say ABC school. Okay, and if I do not need to create setter for this, because we have already defined final. This final means final string school, ABC school means you cannot change the value of school. Okay, now let's create getter to get school name. Okay, for this I'll say string get school name, and I'll return this dot school name. Okay, this dot school. Okay, now in our main method, let's print the school name, get school name, and if I run this program, here you can see ABC school got printed. Okay, and if you try to change the school name, let's try to change the school name. I will also create setter to set school name, void set school name string school name. I will say school name, and this dot underscore school is equal to school name. Okay, here you can see this is not possible. School cannot be used as a setter because it's final. When you declare final, this means this property is read only. Okay, this is the whole idea behind it. Okay, if you want to make a property read only, then you can use final keyword. Okay, and here you can see another example. You can also create getter and setter by using this get keyword. Okay, now I will also create another file. I'll say camera.dart. Okay, I'll say class camera. Okay, now let me create properties, private properties. Okay, and I'll say integer ID, string name, and double price. Okay, and okay, sorry, I need to write question mark after data type. Okay, now let's create a getter. Okay, you can also easily create, okay, let me create it private by writing underscore. Okay, now you can easily create getter by using this get keyword. Okay, first you need to write a string. For the first one, let me write integer get, and you need to write this ID without underscore, ID, and then this is responsible to return underscore ID. Okay, you need to write exclamation here, and for the string get name, just write name here. Okay, exclamation, and it's double get underscore price. Okay, without underscore, we need to, okay, this is getter. Okay, you can also easily create getter by this way. If I run this program, that, okay, we need to also create a main method. Okay, we'll also do that one. Okay, for the set, here you can see set, and you need to write a name, and you need to pass some parameter. Okay, okay, for the setter, first you need to write set, and you can say id, and you need to pass something like integer id, and we need to set this one. Okay, this dot id is equal to id. Okay, in this way you can set id and name. Okay, I'll just copy this one, and price. Okay, string name string price. Okay, okay, now this dot id, not this dot id, this dot name, this dot underscore name is equal to name. Okay, this dot underscore price is equal to price. Okay, okay, here's some problem. Let's find out that problem. Okay, price. Okay, set price. Okay, we need to write double here. Okay, okay, now this is fine. Okay, now let's create a main method. Okay, here is already main method. I will comment this code, and okay, I will remove this code. First we need to create object of camera. Let me create object of camera. C is equal to camera. Okay, now here you can see already imported this one. I'll say c dot set. Okay, here is no method. C dot okay, we need to write just c dot name. Okay, because we don't have any set method. C dot name, I'll say Sony, and let me write c dot id, that is 25, and c dot price, that is 2500. Okay, okay, if I print this one, then I'll say id is $c dot id, and name is c dot name, and price is c dot price. Okay, if I run this program, dot main dot dart, here you can see id is 25, name is Sony, and price is 2500. You can still write condition. Okay, you can write condition here. Okay, okay, you can also write curly bracket instead of this one. Okay, if price is in minus, I will say some error. Okay, 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 if price less than 0, then you can throw exception, just like price must not be negative. Okay, and you can also write else and set this value, this dot price is equal to price. Okay, okay, now you can also do this one. Okay, this make your code more maintainable and error free. Okay, now let's go to main and let's pass price is 25 minus 25, and if I run this program, here you can see exception. The exception is price must not be negative. Okay, if I pass positive value 560 or something like that, this will work, but when you pass the negative value, that will not work. In this way you can use this type of getter. Okay, just you need to write get keyword and set keyword, and you can achieve this one. I hope you understood about encapsulation. Okay, and you can also create method private. Okay, that is also option for you. Okay, why encapsulation is important? What are the advantages of encapsulation? One is data ID. You can hide data. For example, if you don't want to show the ID, then just remove this one. Okay, just remove this ID. I'll just comment this one. Okay, and here you can see one problem. This ID is not visible. Okay, and you can also test your code very easily, and your program is more flexible. Okay, you can control your program. Okay, if you need to change this ID to IDs, then you need to change it only in class level. Okay, IDs here also. Okay, not outside this class. This makes your code more maintainable. Okay, and security, obviously data hiding is possible, so it will also provide security by limiting the access of properties. And thank you so much for watching this video. If you have any question regarding encapsulation in Dart, please comment below. I hope you understood about encapsulation very clearly. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you like this video, share with your friends and hit the like button. I will see you in the next video or in the next section. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about getter in Dart. Getter is used to get the value of property. I'll share my screen and let's see a complete demo of getter. Okay, here you can see getter is used to get the value of property. It is mostly used to access a private property value. Okay, here is the syntax for getter. First, you need to write a return type. Then you need to write a get keyword. Then you need to write a property name. You can write any name here. And inside curly bracket, you can write getter body. Okay, in this return type, you can return string or integer or any other your own type. Okay, here you can see instead of writing this curly bracket, you can also use this arrow function if you have only one statement. Okay, now let's see a complete example of getter. Okay, I will create a new class. First of all, I will create a new file, that is, I will say person.dart, and let me create a class person, and let me write two properties here. Okay, one is first name and another one is last name. Okay, and I'll also write question mark here. You will learn about this question mark in our null safety section. Okay, now let me create one getter. Okay, here you can see the syntax for getter. First you need to write return type, get, and property name. Okay, I'll say return type is string because getter to get full name. A string because full name is in string. Okay, get string get full name, and I will also use single arrow function here, and I can return dollar this first name, this dot first name, and this dot last name. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, here is one getter to get the proper this first name and last name value with space. Okay, now let me create another file, that is main.dart. Okay, let me create main method here. Okay, now I'll create person object. Person p is equal to person, and I will say p dot first name is Rahul, and I will say p dot last name is Sharma. Okay, I'll print p dot full name. Okay, now if I run this program, dart main.dart, here you can see person full name got printed. This is due to this getter. Okay, if I set the value of full name, I will say p dot full name and equal to Mahesh Sharma, then this is not possible. Okay, here you can see there is no setter name full name. You can also create setter. For that we will learn about setter in our upcoming section. Okay, if I change the first name, I'll say first name is Mahesh. Then if I run this program, you can see the latest result. Okay, this getter is used to get the updated result. Okay, now let's see another example of getter. For that I will create a new file called book.dart, and I will create a new class here. Okay, class book, and I will write two private properties. For the private properties, you need to write underscore before the property name. Okay, I will say string and name. I need to write underscore here. Okay, and I will say double underscore price. Okay, now let me create constructor, and I will say book this dot underscore name comma this dot underscore price. Okay, this is constructor to initialize the private properties value. And let me create getters. Okay, one getter is used to get the name, and another one is used to get the price of the book. Okay, now let me create getter. First of all, string get, I'll say name, this will return this dot underscore name. Okay, you need to also write exclamation at the end. You will learn about this exclamation in our null safety section. String, we need to write double get price, then I need to write this dot underscore price. This is fine. Okay, now let me go to main, and I will remove all of the code, and this one also. I'll create object of book. Okay, book b is equal to book. Okay, I need to write the name. I'll say Harry Potter, and I will set the price to 100. Okay, if I print b dot name, this is possible because of getter. If I print b dot price, this is also possible because of getter. If I run this program, here you can see Harry Potter and 100 got printed. This is printed because of getter. Okay, if you don't write getter, this is not possible because name and price are private properties. This is not possible directly. You must write getter for this. Okay, this is one example of getter. You can also do validation from getters. Okay, I will use curly bracket here. Okay, instead of writing this price for the price. Okay, this is getter body. I'll say if this dot underscore price is less than or equal to 0, okay, then I will return 0. Okay, if the price is less than or equal to 0, I will return 0, else I will return this dot underscore price. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, and if I run this program, here you can see 100 got printed in price. Okay, if I change the price to minus 20, this is not possible. Okay, here you can see 0 got printed. We are passing minus 20 but 0 got printed. This is due to this getter. Okay, you can write your own logic in the getter. Now I hope you understood the concept of getters. Now let's move to our website, and here you can see various examples of getters. You can practice on your own, and here is one thing why getter is important. It is important to access the value of private property. You can access the value of private property, and you can also restrict the access of data members of a class. Okay, if you don't want to get the name of book, okay, if this is not required, then this is not possible. Here you cannot access the value of book name. Okay, you can also restrict the access of data members of a class. Okay, and in the next section we will learn about setter in Dart. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you have any question regarding getter, then comment down below. If you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about setter in Dart. Setter is used to set the value of property. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo of setter. Okay, here you can see setter is used to set the value of property. It is mostly used to update the private properties value. Okay, here you can see the syntax for setter. First of all, you need to write set keyword and you need to write a property name. Then you can write a value inside this parenthesis, and you can write the setter body in this curly bracket. Instead of writing this curly bracket, you can also use this arrow function. Okay, let's do the example of setter. Okay, now let me create a new file. I'll say copy.dart. Okay, here let me create a class copy. Okay, and I will create two private properties. One is name of copy and another one is price of copy. Okay, now let me create constructor. Okay, if I don't create constructor, then this will be okay, no problem. Okay, now I will create a setters. Okay, here is some problem. I need to write question mark. You will learn about this question mark in our null safety section. Okay, now let me create a setter. First I need to write set, and I'll say name, and I will pass the string name. Okay, you can also write anything here, and I'll just say n, and I'll say this dot underscore name is equal to this n. Okay, this is setter for name, and I will say set price, and I will say double p, and this dot underscore price is equal to p. Okay, in this way you can use setter. Okay, I'll also create one method which is display, which is used to display the result. Copy name is dollar this dot underscore name, and copy price is dollar this dot underscore price. Okay. Okay. Now let me go to our main .dart file and let me create a object of copy. Okay, copy C is equal to copy. Okay. Okay, I'll set C dot name equal to, this is possible because of setter, C dot name is equal to array copy, and I'll set C dot price is equal to 250. Okay, I cannot print the value, I cannot print the C dot name. Okay, because if you want to print, then you need to define a getter for it. Okay, but we have one method called display which can display the value of this name and price of copy. Okay, here you can see copy name is array copy and copy price is 250. If you want to print the value of name, then this is not possible. Okay, if I print C dot name, this is not possible. You need to create a getter for this. Okay, because getter is used to get the value. We have only created setter. Okay, if I go to copy and I'll also create getter. Okay, one getter is get. I'll say data type first string get and name, and this will return this dot underscore name. Okay, this dot underscore name, and also I need to write exclamation, and I will say double get price, and I'll say this dot underscore price. Okay. Okay, now this is possible. Here you can see you can also get the value as well as set the value. Okay. Okay, now what is the advantage of this setter? Okay, advantage of this setter is, okay, if you want to set the price to 0, if the price is in negative, then you can also do that. Okay, I'll say if P is less than or equal to 0. Okay, then I will say this dot underscore price, this dot underscore price equal to 0. Okay, and else you can say this dot underscore price equal to P. Okay, you can write your own custom logic here. Okay, now if I run this file, here you can see copy price is 250 got printed. If I set the value to -10, then it can say the copy price is 0, or you can also throw the exception. Okay, to throw the exception, just throw exception. You can write your own exception here. Price is negative. Okay, now if I run this program, here you can see price is negative got printed. In this way you can also use your own exception, you can throw the exception. Okay, okay, here you can see various examples of setter. You can practice this example, and here you can see why setter is important. It is used to set the value of private property, and it is also used for data validation. You can validate the data and it gives you better control over data. And here is one challenge for you. The challenge is try to create a class university, okay, with two private properties, name and year. Class will have two setters, that is name and year, to update the value of the properties. The year setter will only accept the value between 1900 to 2023. Also create a method display to display the value of properties. This is your task. I hope you can do this task very easily. If you have any question, then comment down below. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about getter and setter in Dart. Getter is used to get the value of properties, whereas setter is used to set the value of properties. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo of getter and setter. Okay, here you can see getter and setter provide explicit read and write access to an object properties. In Dart, get and set keyword are used to create getter and setter. Okay, getter read the value and act as accessor. Getter is also called accessor and setter is also called mutator. Okay, here you can see the use of getter and setter. It is used to validate the data before reading or writing. I will show you example after some time. Restrict the read and write access to the properties. Okay, you can restrict the read and write access to the properties and making the properties read only or write only. You can make property read only or write only with the help of getter and setter. Okay, another one is perform some action before reading or writing the properties. Okay, you can perform some action before reading or writing the properties. Okay, now let's do one example. Okay, here you can see here is one class student with private properties, first name, last name and age. Here is getter full name, which is responsible to get the full name of a person, and here is getter age, which is responsible to get the age, and here is setter first name, last name and age, which are responsible to set the first name, last name. And in age, if the value of age is less than 0, then we are throwing exception, that is age can be less than 0, otherwise this age will be the value of age. Okay, now let's do this program in Visual Studio Code. First of all, I will create one class, that is person. Okay, class person. Let me write properties. Okay, properties are string underscore first name. Okay, I need to write question mark here. Okay, okay, and then string last name. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, now let me create getter, which is responsible to get the full name of a person. Okay, you can also create constructor person. Okay, will not create constructor here. Okay, just getter and setter. Okay, I'll say string get full name, and this is this dot underscore first name plus I'll write one space and I'll say this dot underscore last name. Okay, here are some problem. Let's see the problem. Okay, I need to write exclamation here and exclamation here. Okay, okay, this is basically we are creating getter full name, which is responsible to get the full name. You can also write this one. Okay, just write double quotes and write dollar, and here you can write this dot first name and give one space here, and here you can write this dot last name. Okay, this dot dollar, this dot last name, and you can remove all this. Okay, now this is fine. This full name is responsible to get the full name of a person. Okay, now let's create. I will also write age integer, age underscore age. I will make it private. Okay, and now let me set first name. Okay, set, I'll say first name. Let me create a setter. Here you can see you need to write set and this first name without underscore. Okay, set first name, and I will say string f name, and in the single arrow function I will say this dot underscore first name equals to f name. Okay, this is fine, and we need to also create setter last name, and I'll say l name, this dot underscore last name equal to l name. Okay, this is also fine, and I will also create one setter age, and I will pass integer age, and this dot underscore age equals to age. Okay, this dot underscore age equal to age. Okay, now this is also fine. Okay, now in the main method, let me create object of person. Okay, person p is equal to person. Okay, I will say p dot first name equal to Rita, p dot last name equal to Sharma. Okay, and this is because of the setter. Okay, and now let me print full name. Okay, or p dot age equal to 25, and let me print full name, print p dot full name. Okay, and I will also print p dot age. Okay, there is some problem. Okay, let's read this. Okay, the getter age is not defined. Okay, we don't have age getter. Okay, we also need to create a getter for age. Okay, I'll say age string integer get age, that is this dot underscore age. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, now let me run this program. Dart getter setter dot dart. Okay, here you can see Rita. Okay, p dot full name, we need to write here last name. Okay, let me run the program again, and here you can see Rita Sharma got printed and age is 25 got printed. In this way you can work with getter and setter. Okay, here you cannot read the value of first name. Okay, here you can see you cannot read the value of this first name. Let me try this one. If I print p dot first name, then this is not possible. Here you can see the getter first name is not defined. Okay, you need to define a getter for it. By using getter or setter, you can control the read and write functionality for the properties. Okay, in this way you can use getter and setter. Now let me also share you another example, that is bank account. Okay, now let me create bank account.dart file, and I will create a class called bank account. Okay, in class bank account, let me create a private double balance. Okay, I'll declare this balance as 0. Okay, let me create getter balance which return the value of underscore balance. Okay, you can also write this dot underscore balance. Okay, now let me create one method. This is not setter, this is method void deposit. Okay, and here is balance. Okay, we need to pass balance amount. Okay, if amount is greater than 0, then I will say underscore balance is equal to underscore balance plus amount. Okay, else I will throw exception. I will say balance must be more than 0. Okay, okay, I'll also create one method void withdraw. Okay, withdraw, I'll say double amount or AMT. Okay, if amount is less than or equal to balance, then withdraw is possible. Okay, I'll say balance equal to underscore balance minus amount. Okay, okay, you can also write bool here, and I'll say return true. In the else, I'll say return false. Okay, okay, now let me create a main method here, void main. Okay, in the main method, let me create object of bank account. I'll say zone account is equal to bank account, and zone account, let me deposit the amount. Okay, zone account dot deposit, I will deposit 250. Okay, and let me print after deposit amount is dollar zone account dot balance. Okay, okay, let me run the program. Here you can see I am depositing 250. Okay, dart bank account dot dart. Okay, error while reading bank account dot dart. Okay, bank account dot dart, bank account dot dart. I hope this is correct. Here you can see after deposit the amount is 250, and now let's withdraw some money. Okay, zone account dot withdraw, I will withdraw 50, and let me print after withdraw amount is okay. Now let me run the program. Here you can see after withdraw amount is 200. Okay, and if I try to write 260, then here you can see after withdraw amount 250, but the amount is not got minus. Okay, we need to also throw the exception. Let me throw the exception. Throw exception error while balance is not sufficient. Okay. Okay, just throw the exception. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see balance is not sufficient got printed. In this way you can work with getter and setter. I hope you understood about getter and setter very clearly, and if you have any question regarding getter and setter, then comment down below. I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching this video. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about inheritance in Dart. Inheritance is used to reuse the properties and method of another class. Let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo of inheritance. Okay, here you can see information about inheritance. Okay, inheritance is sharing behavior between two classes. It allows you to define a class that extends the functionality of another class. The extend keyword is used for inheriting from parent class. Okay, this extend keyword is used to inherit from the parent class. Okay, now here you can see one note. Whenever you use inheritance, it always create is a relation between the parent and child class. Okay, here you can see parent class is person and child class is student. It creates is a relation like student is a person. Here parent class is vehicle and child class is truck, and it creates is a relation. Truck is a vehicle. Okay, similarly cow is an animal. Now let's see the syntax for inheritance. First you need to write a class keyword, then you need to write a parent class name, and then inside curly bracket you can write properties, methods, and after you declare a parent class, then you need to declare a child class. Class, child class, extend parent class. You need to write this extend keyword, okay, to achieve inheritance. And parent class is this parent class. For example, let's say our parent class is person. We need to write class person, and let's say our child class is student. Class student extend person. We need to write in this way. Okay, here you can see parent class is super class and child class is a subclass. Now let's see example of inheritance. Here is one class person with two properties, name and age. Here is one method display, which is responsible to display the name and age of a person. And here is class student, which extend from person, and here are two additional fields, that is school name and address. And here is also the display method, not display method, display school info method, which is responsible to display the school information. Okay, now let's do this program. Okay, I'll create a new file. Just I will say inherit.dart. Okay, I'll also clear this one. Okay, now let me create a class person and string. I'll say first name or string name, person name, and I will say person has age. I will say integer age. Okay, okay, let's create one method that display person name and age. Okay, void display. This is responsible to display the person name and age. Okay, person name is name and print person age is age. You can also use this dot name and this dot age, no problem. Okay, let me create a class student. Okay, okay, let us first do this program without using inheritance, then we will use inheritance. Okay, okay, I need to copy this all code here, and let me add one more properties here, integer roll number. Okay, roll number, and I will also display person roll number is roll number. Okay, now let me write a main method here, void main, and let me create a object of person p is equal to person. Okay, and I will say person dot name equal to Harry, person dot age equal to 25, and person dot, okay, we only have these two things. I'll say p dot display. Okay, and let me create object of student. Okay, student yes is equal to student. I'll say student dot name equal to Milan, student dot age equal to 18, and student dot roll number equal to 25. Okay, now I will say student dot display. Okay, if I run this program, okay, if I run this program, then that inherit dot that. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see person name is Harry, person age is 25 got printed, and person name is Milan, and person age is 18, person roll number is 25 got printed. Okay, now let's do this program with the help of inheritance. You can just write extend. Okay, extend keyword and the class name, parent class name, that is person. Okay, then you do not need to write this one. Okay, this dot name and this dot age. Okay, and you also do not need to write this person name is name, person age is age, because it is already written in parent class. Just write super dot display. Okay, super dot display means use the display method from this super class. The super class is person. Okay, and also it will display the super class information, and it will also print the roll number of a person. And if I run this program, okay, here you can see person name is Harry, person age is 25, and person name is Milan, age is 18, roll number is 25 got printed. In this way you can use inheritance. Here you can see we are reusing the name and age from this person class. Okay, and we can create object of student with the properties name, age, and roll number. Okay, because the student extend from person. This is the way to create object with the help of inheritance. Okay, now let's go to the website. Here you can see advantage of inheritance in Dart. It promotes the reusability of the code and reduce the redundant code. Okay, here you can see we are reusing name and age in student class. Okay, and this will also reduce the redundant code. Okay, it will reduce the duplication of code. It helps to design a program in better way. You can design a program in better way. It makes code simpler, cleaner, and save time and money on maintenance. Okay, you do not need to maintain the code in all place. Just you can change in one place, and easily you can maintain the code. And it facilitates the creation of class libraries. We'll discuss about this topic later. And it can be used to enforce a standard interface to all the children class. Okay, and let's move to another example. Here you can see here is class car with two properties, color and year, and here is one method car is started, and here is another class which extend from car class, that is model and price, and here you can see model and price got printed. Okay, you can also do this example on your own. If you have any question, then comment down below. And here are the types of inheritance in Dart. one is single inheritance. In this type of inheritance, a class can inherit from only one class. We can only extend one class at a time. Okay, here you can see this is the example of single inheritance. Here is parent class person, and we are just extending this person class to student. Okay, student can use the properties and method of person class. This is single inheritance. Now let's move forward. Another one is multi-level inheritance. In this type of inheritance, a class can inherit from another class and that class also inherit from another class. In that, we can extend a class from another class which is already extended from another class. Okay, now let's see example of multi-level inheritance. Here is one class, that is car, and here are the properties, name and price, and here you can see class Tesla which extend car, and here is method display to display the name and price of these properties. Okay, and here is model 3 which extend Tesla. Tesla is extending car and model 3 is extending Tesla, and here is one extra property, that is color, and display method which called super.display and print the color. Okay, now let's do this multi-level inheritance example. Okay, first of all, let me create, I'll say multi-level.dart class car. I will first create a class car, and our class has two properties, that is name and price. Okay, let's write name and price, and let me create another class Tesla which extend from car class. Okay, and here is one method, that is display. Just I will copy this one, and here is one method display which is responsible to display the name and price, and another class, that is model 3 which extend from this Tesla, not car but Tesla. Okay, okay, here you can see here is one extra properties, that is color, and here is one method display. Okay, super.display which means superclass Tesla.display. Okay, this means Tesla use the display function from this Tesla class, and it will also print the color. Okay, now let me create main method, void main, and let me create object of model 3 m3 is equal to model 3 and m3 dot name equal to, I'll say Tesla m3. Okay, and m3 dot price equal to 2500, not 2500, not okay, m3 dot name color. Okay, color is, let's say, red. Now I will display m3 dot display. Okay, if I run this program, let me run this program, dart multi-level.dart. Okay, here you can see Tesla and price and color got displayed. Okay, here you can see model m3. Okay, model 13 is extending from Tesla, and Tesla is extending from this car. Okay, here are name and price. We are storing name and price from this car class, and we are displaying the result from this Tesla class because we are using super.display, and we are also displaying one extra information color from this model 3 class. Okay, in this way you can extend one class, and you can also extend another class which already extends another class. Okay, in this way you can use multi-level inheritance in Dart. It is also possible in Dart, and here you can see another inheritance, This is called hierarchical inheritance. Okay, in this type of inheritance, parent class is inherited by multiple subclass. Okay, now let's see the example. Here is one person class and student class. Okay, now let me also create class employee, and I will say additional field double salary. Okay, double salary, and I will display you also use display method, display. Okay, I'll say super.display, super. Okay, we need to extend first, to use extend, not student but person. Okay, okay, super.display. Okay, and then we also need to print salary. Print salary is $salary. Okay, okay, now this is also fine. And if I create object of employee, and then employee E is equal to employee E dot name equal to Rahul, E dot age equal to 26 or 36, E dot is already done, E dot salary is equal to 65,400.9. Okay, okay, I will say E dot display. If I run this program, here you can see person name is Rahul, person age is 36, and salary is 65,400.9 got printed. In this way, you can use hierarchical inheritance. Okay, this hierarchical inheritance means, just I'll show the demonstration to you. Okay, okay, here is one class. This is person. Okay, this is person class. Okay, and here is student, and here is employee. Okay, 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 this is hierarchical inheritance. Okay, another one is multiple inheritance. That does not support multiple inheritance. You cannot do like this one, class employee extend person comma student. You cannot do this one. Okay, because that does not support multiple inheritance. In the next section, we will learn about how we can do this type of thing. Okay, now let's move to our another example. Let's see. Here you can see multi-level inheritance, another example of multi-level inheritance. You can also practice this question. And here are some key points. Inheritance is used to reuse the code. Inheritance is the concept which is achieved by using extend keyword. Properties and methods of a superclass can be accessed by subclass. Class dog extend animal. This means dog is a subclass and animal is a superclass. The subclass have its own properties and methods. Okay, here is one question. Why that does not support multiple inheritance? Here you can see that does not support multiple inheritance because it can leads to ambiguity. Okay, for example, if class apple inherit class fruit and vegetable, then there may be a two method with the same name it. That feel confused which one method to call. Okay, this is the reason why Dart does not support multiple inheritance. What's the problem of copy paste instead of inheritance? You can just copy paste the code, but it is hard to maintain, okay, in the long term. If you learn extending class, then it is sufficient. Does inheritance finished? That is not, okay. You need to also learn about what happened to constructor when you use inheritance. You need to also learn this method overriding, abstract class interface, and mixin. We'll learn all this topic in our upcoming section. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. Here you will learn inheritance of constructor in Dart. What happened to constructor while you are working on inheritance? Okay, now let's see a demo of it. Okay, I'll just create one class, that is laptop dot dart. Okay, let me create a class laptop. Okay, and let's say we have one constructor that just print I am laptop constructor. I am laptop constructor. Okay, and let's create another class that is MacBook. Okay, MacBook with extend laptop. Okay, here is also one constructor. This is default constructor, and I will just print I am MacBook constructor. Okay, now in the main method, let me create object of MacBook MB is equal to MacBook. Okay, and let me create object of MacBook. I already create MacBook object MB. Now let me run the program. Okay, because while creating object, constructor is called automatically. If you have any question regarding constructor, then you can move to our constructor section, and if you have any question regarding inheritance, then you can move to our inheritance section, or you can also watch our videos. Okay, now let me run this program, which is Dart laptop.dart. Okay, here you can see I am laptop constructor got printed and I am MacBook constructor got printed. While creating object of MacBook class, it will first print the information of this I am laptop constructor. Okay, here you can see I am laptop constructor got printed at first. Then it will print I am MacBook constructor. Okay, constructor of super class is called first before constructor of subclass. Okay, this is the rule. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see one note: the constructor of parent class or super class is called first, then constructor of child class is called. Okay, inheritance of constructor with parameters. What if we have parameter? What if I have integer id, and what if I want to print the id? I am laptop constructor with id $id. Okay, in this situation you need to write this super keyword. Okay, just write super, and in the parenthesis just pass the value. I will pass 25. Then if I run this program, Here you can see I'm laptop constructor with ID 25 and I'm MacBook constructor got printed. In this way you can pass the value. You can also pass multiple values like integer ID, string, brand, and you can also pass the brand from here, and I'll say brand is $brand. Okay, and if I run this program, here you can see I'm laptop constructor with ID 25 and brand is Apple. Okay, in this way you can pass the value, okay, in the parent class constructor. And here is another example, inheritance of constructor. Here is one class person, and here is constructor, and here is student which extend person. Okay, here is extra roll number. Okay, let's do this example. Okay, I'll just write person dot dart, and let me create class person. Okay, I'll say string name and integer age. I also need to write question mark. You will learn about this question mark in our null safety section. Okay, now let me create constructor person, this dot name and this dot age. Okay, now let me create class teacher, extend person. I will say salary is additional field in teacher. Okay, and let me create constructor of teacher. For this you need to create a constructor of teacher dots. Okay, we are already extending person. Okay, teacher. Okay, now extend person. Okay, this is teacher constructor. Okay, now we need to use the super. Okay, here you can see student. Okay, we need to pass the value first. Okay, just I will pass string, that is name, and integer, that is age, and super I will pass name, age here, and I will say is this dot age, this dot age. Okay, sorry, this dot salary. Okay, salary is this dot salary. Now if I create in the main method, if I create object of teacher, teacher t is equal to teacher, just pass name Bimal, age is let's say 25, and salary is 6500. Okay, if I run this program, t dot, there is no method called display. Okay, let me create method display, void display, which is display print name is $name, and print age is $age, and print salary is $salary. Okay, okay, then I will use display method here, t dot display. Okay, if I run this program, that is person dot dart. Okay, name, age, and salary got printed. In this way you can use constructor with inheritance. Okay, okay, now here is also another example how you can use with named parameter. Okay, for the name parameter you need to write just this one. Okay, and you need to give the name colon name, age colon age. This is named parameter. If you have any question regarding named parameter, then go to our previous section. Okay, this is the way. And another one, here you can see calling named constructor of parent class in Dart. Okay, this named constructor, let me create another constructor. This is named constructor. I'll say person.named. Okay, and I will only pass first name here. Okay, this dot first name, this dot name. I'll only pass name, and I'll set the age as this dot age equal to 0. I will set the age as 0 or not 0. I'll say 12. Okay, how you can call this constructor? This is named constructor and this is named parameter. Okay, this is named parameter and this is named constructor. Okay, okay, this is named constructor with parameter. Okay, now let me call this constructor from this teacher. Okay, now there is one teacher. Okay, I will remove this constructor and I will say teacher. Okay, I need to pass the string name and then this dot salary super dot named. Okay, this named, and I need to pass the name. This name got passed to here. And okay, if I run this program, here is one problem, 6500. Okay, teacher, we need to pass salary. In the second parameter, we need to pass the salary. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see name is Bimal, age is 12, and salary is 6500 got printed. This is, we are setting age 12 by passing only one value. Okay, okay, in this way you can use named constructor in Dart. I hope you understood about the process of how we can use constructor in inheritance in Dart. And thank you so much for watching this video. If you have any question, then comment down below. I will see you in the next video tutorial. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about super in Dart. Super is used to call the parent class method or properties. Let me share the screen and let's learn about super. Before learning super, you must have some basic understanding of inheritance and constructor. If you don't have basic understanding of inheritance and constructor, then you can go to our previous section or watch our previous videos and learn inheritance and as well as constructor. Okay, here you can see what is super. Super is used to refer the parent class. Okay, it is used to call the parent class properties and method. I will show you a practical demo. Here is one example. Here you can see here is one class laptop. This laptop class contains one method, that is show. This show will print laptop show method. Just this will print this text. And here is another class. This is subclass which extend from parent class laptop. Okay, and this MacBook class also contains show method. And here you can see we are using super.show. This means call the method show from super class. And which is the super class? Super class is laptop. It will move to this laptop and first this will display laptop show method. Okay, and then after this will print MacBook show method. In the main method we have created object of MacBook, and we are, here you can see we are just showing that we are calling the show function which will show the information. Okay, here you can see laptop show method and MacBook show method got displayed. Okay, now let me do this example in Visual Studio Code. First of all, let me create a new file called superorg.dart. Okay, okay, let me create a class called laptop and I will create one method display. Okay, display method. This will just print this is display method from laptop. Okay, now let me create another class, that is MacBook, and it will extend laptop. Okay, laptop is a super class. Okay, now I will also create display method here also, display, and this will also print. This is display method from MacBook. I will just say MacBook. Okay, now let me call super dot display first. Okay, let me create a main method, and let me create object of MacBook. MacBook MB is equal to MacBook. Okay, now MB dot display. Here is no display method. Let me create a display method. Oh, here is already display method, MB dot display. Okay, and let me run this program. Dart superwork.dart. Okay, here you can see this is display method from laptop. First it will display this display method. Super.display means superclass display method. Superclass is laptop display method. This is display method from laptop. This is the information, and second this will print. This is display method from MacBook. Here you can see the information. In this way you can use super dot method name that is available in superclass. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see another example, and here car, number of seat for car is 4 by default, and here is another class Tesla which extend car, and here number of seat is 6. Okay, number of seat in Tesla, here you can see we are just printing number of seat. Okay, this will print 6. Number of seat in Tesla, this will print 6. And super dot number of seat. Super means super class number of seat, means car number of seat 4. This will print number of seat in car is 4. Okay, now let me open Visual Studio Code and let's do this example. Okay, I'll say carwork.dart. Let me create a class car, and I will say integer number of seat is equal to 4. Okay, by default number of seat is 4, and let me create another class Tesla which extend car. Okay, and this will and this has number of seat equals to, I'll say 6. Okay, and now I will also create display method here. Okay, this is display method, and let me print number of seat in Tesla, that is $number of seat, and I will also print number of seat in normal car. Okay, and I will call super dot number of seat. Okay, this super represent this parent class. Okay, the parent class is car. Here you can see, if I need to create a main method, and I want to create object of Tesla, t is equal to Tesla. Okay, then I will call t.display method. Okay, if I run this program, that carwork.dart. Here you can see number of seat in Tesla is 6 and number of seat in normal car is 4. This is because super dot number of seat. In this way you can use super. And now let's move forward. Super with constructor. How you can use super with constructor? Okay, now let me create another file, that is person.dart. Okay, and let me create class person here. Okay, just class person, and I'll set properties here is first name and last name. Okay, here I will create a constructor, this dot first name, this dot last name. Okay, this is the constructor, and let me create class student. Okay, which extend from person. Class student extend person. Okay, and here first I need to create a student constructor, then I need to pass string, I will say f name, and I need to pass string l name, and then you need to write colon here, then you need to write super keyword, then you need to pass f name and last name l name here. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, now let me create main method here. In the main method, let me create object of student. Okay, student s is equal to student, I will say first name is Milan, last name is Sharma. Okay, if I have one method or getter, string get full name, string get full name equals to first name and space. Okay, first name one space and then last name. Okay, and I'll just print full name. Okay, print s dot full name. Okay, now if I run this program, dart person.dart, here you can see full name got printed. In this way you can work with constructor and super. Okay, if I want to add roll number in student, then you can just say integer roll number, and you can just write this dot roll number here. Okay, this dot roll number, and you need to pass roll number from here. Okay, and you can also print roll number. Okay, just write. Okay, you can directly print roll number. Okay, s dot roll number. Okay, if I run this program, then you can see Miran Sharma and roll number got printed. In this way you can use super with constructor. Okay, now let's move forward. Super with named constructor. Named constructor means here is another name. Okay, just like we already learned about name constructor. If you have any question regarding name constructor, or if you have any confusion regarding name constructor, then you can go to our previous section or watch our previous videos. I'll say person dot named, or you can say anything, person dot only first name. Okay, this is named constructor. I will only pass first name here. Okay, person dot first name. Okay, I'll only pass string first name here, or I'll say fn, and here I will say this dot first name equal to fn, and this dot last name equal to, I'll say directly Sharma. Okay, because we need to only pass first name. Okay, now I need to write question mark. You will learn the meaning of this question mark in our null safety section. No worries. Okay, now how you can call this constructor, this name constructor. You can call this name constructor by super dot only first name. Okay, you need to only pass the first name. If you don't pass last name, then this will also work. Okay, here last name is not necessary. You can only pass first name and roll number. I will also remove this last name. Okay. If I run this program, here you can see Milan Sharma and 25 got printed. This is the example of using super with named constructor. Okay. Now let's move forward. Here you can see super with multi-level inheritance. Okay. Multi-level inheritance means we already learned in our inheritance section. Okay. Let's see. Here is another class. Class best student extend. It will not extend person, but it will extend student. Okay. Student, and I need to create constructor best student. I need to pass string of name, integer, roll number, and I need to write super, and then I need to pass f name and then roll number. Okay. Okay. Now I will create best student object. Okay, object of best student. Okay, best student, and if I print full name and roll number, if I run this program, here you can see Milan Sharma and 25 got printed. Okay, now let's do the example. Here you can see here is class laptop and MacBook and MacBook Pro, and this will call super.display method. Okay, here I will also create one method. Okay, I'll create method void display. This will display the full name. Okay, void display. This will print the full name of a person is $first name and $last name. Okay, this is in student. Okay, the full name of student, I will say student, and I will also create this display method in our person class. Okay, person class. Okay, now let me call the display method from best student s.display. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see the full name of student is Milan Sharma got printed. Okay, this is because we have display method in student. Okay, let me copy this one and this, let me create same method in best student. The full name of, I will say best student. Okay, now I run this program. Here you can see the full name of best student is Milan Sharma. What if I want to display this result from here, best student? Then I need to write super.display method. Okay, you can also write other thing. You can write your own thing here. Okay, here you can see the full name of student is Milan Sharma got printed by using super.display. Super will provide the result from parent class. Okay, for the best student, parent class is student. Okay, for the student, parent class is person. While you are working in best student class, you are creating object of best student, then this is the parent class that only knows this one. Okay, this will not call this person, this will just call this student. Okay, I hope you understood about this super keyword in Dart. If you have any question, then you can comment below. And here are some key points to remember. Super keyword is used to access the parent class members, and super keyword is used to call the method of the parent class. If you have any question regarding super in Dart, then comment down below. I will see you in the next video. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. If you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends, share with various Flutter and Dart groups. Thank you so much. See you. Welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about polymorphism in Dart. Poly means many and morph means form. As a person, I have many forms. I am a student, I am a teacher, I am a son, I am a friend. I have many forms. Yeah? An object has also many forms. The same method can behave different in different situations. I will show you the screen and let's see a complete demo of polymorphism. Before learning polymorphism, you must have some basic understanding of inheritance in Dart. If you don't know inheritance, then you can move to our previous section or watch our previous videos. Okay? Now let's discuss about polymorphism. Poly means many and morph means form. Polymorphism is the ability of an object to take on many forms. Here you can see as human, we have ability to take many forms. We can be student, teacher, parent, friend and so on. Similarly, in object-oriented programming, polymorphism is the ability of an object to take on many forms. Okay, in the real world, polymorphism is updating or modifying the feature, function or implementation that already exists in parent class. Okay, now here you can see polymorphism by method overriding. What is method overriding? Method overriding is a technique in which you can create method in the child class that has the same name method in parent class. Okay, this is called method overriding. You have created method in child class that has same name in parent class as a method. Okay, now let's do one example. Now here you can see, here is class animal and here is one method eat. Animal is eating. Here you can see dog which extend animal, and we are overriding this eat method. And okay, now let me open my Visual Studio Code and let's do the example. Okay, I'll create a file called poly.dart. Okay, and let me create class animal, and I'll create one method called display. Okay, and this will just print animal is displayed. Okay, and I'll extend class cat extend animal, and I will also call display. First I'll write override. If you don't write override, then this will be also okay, but I'll write okay override, and then I'll say void display. Okay, and I will print cat is displayed. Okay, okay, now let me create a main method, and in the main method let me create object of cat. Okay, cat c is equal to new cat, and I will just say print c dot display. Okay, and I will also not print, I will directly call c dot display, and I will also create object of animal. Okay, animal a is equal to If you don't write new, then this will be also okay. Animal A is equal to animal, and I will say a dot display. Okay, now if I run this program, dart poly dot dart, here you can see cat is displayed and animal is displayed. Okay, if I don't have this display override display method, okay, then if I run this program, then you can see animal is displayed and animal is displayed, got displayed. Okay, okay. If you write override, and if you write displays, then here you can see this method doesn't override an inherited method. Okay, you must write the same name. Okay, now here you can see, if you don't write override, then this will also work, but writing override is a very good technique. Okay, this is called polymorphism. Here display method act differently on animal class, and display method act differently on cat class. This is polymorphism. Okay, okay, now let's see another example, polymorphism by method overriding in Dart. Okay, here is one class vehicle, and here is one method vehicle is running, and here is boss class which extend vehicle, and here is you can see boss is running. While creating vehicle object, and we are calling vehicle.run, this will print vehicle is running, and we are creating boss object, and we are running that boss, this will print boss is running. And if you don't write override in the program, this will still run, but it is a good practice to write override. Okay, and here you can see another example. Here is class car. Okay, let's do this example. I'll just write car dot dart. Okay, let me create a class called car, and I'll create one method void display, and let me print car runs on petrol. Okay, and let me create class Honda extend car. Okay, and I'll not write anything, just I'll create another class Tesla extend car. Let's say, okay, we already know that Tesla run with electricity. Okay, then we need to override this method, this display method. Okay, Tesla will override, just write override @ override, and then we need to write void display. Okay, let me print Tesla run on electricity. Okay, okay, electricity, and let me create main method void main, and let me create object of Tesla t is equal to Tesla, and I will just write t dot display, and I will also create object of car c is equal to car, and I will say car dot display. Okay, this display method is same, but it behave differently on Tesla and car. Okay, or you can say Honda. Okay, this will not car but Honda. Okay, okay, now if I run this program, dart car dot dart. Okay, I need to write car dot dart. Okay, here you can see Tesla run on electricity and car runs on petrol. Okay, in this way you can use override, and this is called polymorphism in Dart. If you have any question regarding polymorphism, then you can comment down below. And here are some advantages of polymorphism. Subclass can override the behavior of a parent class. This is the advantage, and it allows us to write the code that is more flexible and reusable. Okay, this is another advantage. I hope you understood about polymorphism. If you have any question regarding polymorphism, then comment down below. I will see you in the next video. If you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about static in Dart. With the help of static keyword, you can share the variable or method across all the instances of a class. It is also used for memory management. I will share my screen and let's see a practical demo of static in Dart. Okay, here you can see if you want to define a variable or method that is shared by all the instances of a class, you can use static keyword. Static members, member means static variable and methods, are accessed using the class name. You can just write class name dot variable name or class name dot method name to access it. It is used for memory management. Okay, it is also used for memory management. I will show you how it is used for memory management. Okay, now let's move forward. How you can work with Dart static variable. You can create static variable and you can also create a static method. First let's talk about Dart static variable. Okay, I will just create one class that is simple. Okay, and I will create static and I will set the planet. Okay, I need to write a data type also, string planet equal to, I will say auth. Okay, let me create one method. First let me create main method. How I print the value of this planet, that is auth, by if I create object of it, the simple s is equal to simple, and if I print s dot planet, then this is not possible. If I remove static, then this is possible, but in static this is not possible. Okay, how you can print the value of this planet? Just you need to write class name. Our class name is simple. Okay, and then write this variable name. Okay, that is planet. If I run this program, Dart simple dot Dart, here you can see auth got printed. Okay, you can also change the value of static from anywhere. If I change the value of planet to simple dot planet to mass, then this will print mass. Okay, this will change the value of this planet. Okay, and if I have another method display, that will also display simple dot planet, and if I call the display method here, then it will also print mass. Okay, not the old value. It will always print the updated value. Okay, this can be dangerous in some situation. Okay, according to the situation you need to act. Okay, static is generally used to store the database information. You can store the database information that is used across all the class. You can share the same thing to everywhere. Okay, now let's move forward. Okay, here you can see how to declare a static variable in Dart. Here is class name, and static data type and variable name. We have already done this one. And how to initialize the value, you can just write equal to and give the value. And how to access the value, you can just write class name dot variable name to access the static variable. Okay, and here is one example, employee, and the count for employee is 0 at the beginning, and why here is constructor. While we create object of employee, then it will increase the count by 1. Okay, and here is one method total employee which will display the total employee. Let's do this example. Okay, now I will create another class. First I will create another file, and let me create another class employee, and I will say static integer count equal to 0. I will set the value 0, and let me create constructor, and I will say count plus plus. Okay, this is constructor. Okay, and let me create a method display void display print total employee is $employee dot count. Okay, now let me create a main method void main, and let me create 3 employee object. Okay, employee E1 is equal to employee E2, and E3 is equal to employee. Okay, E2 and E3. Now this is fine. Okay, now if I call employee.display, okay, I'll just say E3.display. Okay, if I run this one and that, I'll say emp.dat. Okay, total employee is 3. Okay, and if I say E2.display, then it will also give the result as 3. Okay, and you can also make method static. Okay, if you create the static method, then you can easily access, just write print and employee dot display. Okay, just write this method. Okay, here is some issue. Okay, this display method already display the result. We do not need to display the result. Okay, employee dot display. If I run this one, here you can see total employees 3 got printed. In this way, you can create static variable as well as static method, and you can easily access static variable and static method by class name dot static variable or class name dot static method. Okay, and here you can see another example. Here the class name is student. Okay, let's do this example also. I'll create a new file and student.dart. I'll create a class student. Okay, let's say student has string first name and string last name and integer age and string school name. Okay, now let me create constructor void or student this dot first name, this dot last name, this dot age, this dot school name. Okay, now let me create a method display to display the information. Okay, void display, I'll say print full name is first name and last name, age is age, and then school name is school name. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, now I will also print the line, just one line. Okay, let me create 3 object of student. Okay, in the main method I'll create a main method. Okay, now let me create 3 object of student. Student s1 is equal to student. I need to pass first name, that is June, last name, that is Doe, age, that is 25, school name, that is Diamond School. Okay, I'll create a 3 object, s2, s3, and I'll say Harry Sharma, and age is 25 or 24 and 22, that is Sima Doe. Okay, here you can see June, the school name of June is Diamond School, Harry school name is Diamond School, Sima school name is Diamond School. Because generally in the same school all the students school name is that school name, that is not different. So why we can why we are creating this one and this one multiple times? We can just create one static variable and you can easily access. Okay, okay, now let me write s1. Okay, let me call the method s1.display. Okay, s1.display, s2.display, s3.display. Okay, you can just create a static variable for this Diamond School and use the display method. Okay, I'll just run this file dart student.dart. Okay, okay, here you can see full name is John Doe, age is 25, school name is Diamond School. We are repeating the Diamond School multiple times. If the school has 700 students, then we need to repeat this Diamond School 700 times. Okay, what is the solution? Just write static and make it, just initialize the value here, and I will remove this one. Okay, and then school name is, you can say student.school name. Okay, student.school name. Now this is fine. Okay, I need to remove all the school name. Okay, now if I run this program, here you can see the same result. Okay, and if I want to change the school name, if I change the school name here, then it will affect in all of the student. Okay, in this way you can use a static keyword. Okay, now let's move forward. That is static method. You can also create a static method. Okay, just write static before the method return type. Okay, now let's learn static method. I will create one static method that will print the age of person. Okay, just I will say class age calculator. Okay, and I will create a static method, static calculate, static void, I will say calculate, and I will pass integer both here. Okay, and I'll say, okay, let me find the date, current date. Okay, I'll say date time in that. Let's find the date. Okay, date time dot now. This helps us to find the current date. Okay, integer current year equal to date time dot now dot year. Okay, integer age equal to current year minus birth year. Okay, I'll just print age is $age, or you can also return the value. Okay, if you return the value, then you need to write here integer, okay, and return age. Okay, now this is the static method which is responsible to calculate the person age. Okay, now let me create a main method. Just I will create a new file, main.dart. Okay, I'll say void main, and what if I want to calculate age of age calculator dot calculate. I want to calculate age of a person whose birth year is 1997. Okay, I need to integer age equal to this one, because this will return some value. I'll print age here. Okay, if I run this program, then this will print that main.dart, this will print 25. Okay, in this way you can use the static method, and you can use multiple times. Okay, just write this one and you can use it multiple times. This is very important for the software developers. I hope you understood the concept of static, and here is simple interest class with static method calculate interest. This will helps us to calculate the simple interest. And here is another example of static method which will generate a random password. You can try this on your own, or you can just copy this code and run or observe the code on your computer. And here are some key points to remember. Static member are accessed using the class name. Just write class name dot variable name or method name. All the instance of the class share the static member. I hope you learned about static in Dart. If you have any question, then comment down below. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about Enum in Dart. Enum is used to store the fixed number of constant value. I will share my screen and let's see a complete demo of Enum. Here you can see Enum is a special type that represent a fixed number of constant values, and enum is declared using the keyword enum followed by enum name. Okay, here is the syntax for enum. First you need to write a enum keyword and you need to write a enum name. Okay, I will show you a practical demo. Okay, I will say enum org.dart. Okay, first let me declare enum. I'll say days equal to, I'll say Sunday. Okay, there is no equal to here. Sunday. I'll just copy this one from here. Enum days, Sundays to Saturday. Okay. 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 We forgot to copy this E1. Okay, now I'll create a main method here. Okay, I'll declare one variable that is, okay, I'll make it capital. You can also make it capital. Okay, I'll say days d equal to days dot Sunday or Saturday. Okay, now if I print d, okay, then that, let's see what happened. Enum org.dart. Here you can see days.Saturday got printed. Okay, in this way you can use enum. And if you want to print all the values of enum, then you can just write print days.values. Okay, this will print all the values of enum. Here you can see days.Sunday, days.Monday. Okay, now what is the real use case of enum? Let's do that one. Okay, I'll create one class, that is person class. person.dat. Okay, first I will declare enum gender to male, female, other. Okay, now this is fine. Let me create a class that is person, and I will say string name, and I will say gender. Okay, now let me create a constructor person, this dot name comma this dot gender. Okay, in gender you can only pass three values. One is male, another one is female, another one is other. You can pass any one of the value. Okay, now let me create a main method here, and okay, let me create person object. Person p1 equal to person, name is Bimal, gender is, okay, inside double quotation is not possible, so you need to write gender dot male. Okay, this is also used for validation. There is less chance of error in your code. Okay, if I want to print the p2 dot gender, then it will print gender dot female. Okay, if I run this one, that person dot dat, then this will print gender dot female. In this way you can use enum in Dart. Okay, here is the same example, gender example. You can also practice this on your own, and how to print all the enum values. You can also practice this one. We have already done this example. Okay, you can also loop to print all the values. Just write for loop for just write days d in days dot values, and just print d. Okay, just print d. This will print all the days. That is enum or. Here you can see all the days got printed. In this way you can print all the values of enum. You can use it according to your situation. What are the advantages of enum? It is used to define the set of named constant. Okay, it is not possible to change the gender to any other. If you write males, then it will also raise error. Okay, one thing is this one makes your code more readable and maintainable. You can easily maintain your code, makes your code more reusable, and make it easy for developer. Okay, and characteristics of enum: it must contain at least one constant value. You need to provide at least one constant value. If you don't provide any values, then it will raise error. Okay, and enum are declared outside a class. You need to declare it outside a class. If you declare it inside person, let's see what happens. Then this will not work. You need to declare outside the class. And another one is used to store large number of constant value. Basically, you can store one more than one constant value in enum. Okay, this is the way, and at least one constant value, but at least one constant value, that is not so useful. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I hope you understood about enum. If you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends on different Dart groups, Flutter groups. And thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about abstract class and abstract method in Dart. You cannot create object of abstract class, but it is very important concept of object oriented programming. Let's see why. Okay, here you can see information about abstract class. Before learning abstract class, you must have some basic understanding of class, object, constructor, inheritance. Then you can learn abstract class very easily. If you don't have knowledge of this topic, then you can go to our previous section or watch our previous videos. Okay, now let's talk about abstract class. Already what we did was we created class and we created object from that class. That class is concrete class. You can create object of concrete class, but you cannot create object of abstract class. Okay, now let's see what abstract class is. Abstract class are the classes that cannot be initialized. You cannot initialize abstract class. It is used to define a behavior of a class that can be inherited by other classes, subclasses. Okay, we'll see the practical demo very soon. An abstract class is declared using the keyword abstract. Okay, here is the syntax. First you need to write abstract class, then class keyword, then your class name, and you can write method. This semicolon means you need to implement this method in subclass. Okay, I will show you practical demo. Okay, here is abstract method. An abstract method is a method that is declared without an implementation. Okay, here you can see this method one is declared without implementation, so it is called abstract method. It is declared with semicolon instead of method body. Instead of method body, you can just write semicolon. So it is abstract method. If you write curly bracket, then that is normal method. If you write semicolon, then that is abstract method. Let's move forward. Here you can see why we need abstract class. Subclass of an abstract class must implement all the abstract method of the abstract class. Here is the thing. It is used to achieve abstraction in Dart programming language. Okay, now let's see one practical example. Here you can see one class that is abstract class, and the class name is vehicle. It have two abstract method, because here you can see semicolon. If the method does not have curly bracket, then that is abstract method. Okay, abstract method must be written inside of abstract class. Okay, now let's do this example. I will create one class that is vehicle. Okay, this is normal class. You need to write abstract. Okay, to make it abstract. Okay, this is abstract class. Okay, every vehicle need to start and stop. Okay, these two functionality are needed. So void start, void stop. Okay, now this is fine. These are the abstract method. Okay, and you can also write normal method here, no problem for that. I'll say void display. You can just print this is from vehicle abstract class. Let's try to create object of vehicle. Okay, okay, I'll say vehicle v equal to vehicle. This is not possible. Here you can see abstract class cannot be instantiated. Try creating an instance of concrete subtype. Okay, this is not possible. Okay, the use of this abstract class is in subclass. Okay, let's create subclass or child class. Class, I will say bus extend vehicle. If you don't understood this extend keyword, then you need to learn inheritance first. Okay, inheritance video is already available on this channel, as well as we have dedicated content on our website. Okay, now let's see what is happening here. This boss class extend vehicle, and this vehicle has two abstract method. We need to implement that abstract method in our boss class. This is compulsory. Okay, so first you need to implement void start. Okay, void start. Thus I'll print boss is starting. Okay, and another method void stop. Void stop. If you define these two methods, then there will be no problem. If you don't define these two methods, then there is a problem. Okay, print boss stop. Okay, you can also write override here, override, and override here also. Okay, now this is fine. And you can also create other class like car. I'll create class car extend vehicle. Okay, here you can see, here also we need to define two methods, that is start and stop. Okay, I'll just copy this one and paste it here, and I'll say car is starting and car is stopped. Okay, you cannot create object of vehicle, but you can create object of boss and car. Let's create object of boss. Okay, I'll say boss B is equal to boss, and car C is equal to car. Okay, now let me call B dot start, B dot stop. Okay, okay, let me run this. Dart abstract dot dart. Okay, boss is starting and boss is stopped got printed. If I say C dot start and C dot stop, then it will say car is starting and car is stopped. The main intention of creating this abstract class is we must have to implement abstract method in subclass. Okay, this is the useful one. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see abstract class is used to define the behavior of class that can be inherited by other class. Other classes, you can define abstract method inside abstract class. Okay, if you don't write abstract here, then this is, you cannot define abstract method. You need to write abstract keyword at the top. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see another example. You can practice this example on your own, and let's see constructor in abstract class. Okay, okay, now here you can see, here is a bank class, bank abstract class with two properties, name and rate, and here is one constructor, and here is one abstract method, and here is non-abstract method. Okay, I'll create this one. I'll create new file, that is bank.dart. I'll say class bank, and inside this bank we need to create two, let's create two properties, that is name and rate constructor. I'll just copy this one and paste it here. Okay, here you can see this is name and rate, they are the properties, and here is constructor, and here is abstract method. This is showing error because we need to make it abstract. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, and here is display method, non-abstract method. If you have body, then this is non-abstract method. If you don't have body, then that is abstract method. Okay. Now let's create its subclass. Okay, class abstract class bank. Okay, now let's see. Okay, I'll say class SBI extend bank. Okay. Okay, now we need to create constructor of SBI. SBI, I need to pass a string name and rate. Rate is double rate. Okay, rate super, I need to pass name rate. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, we need to define abstract method, that is interest. Void interest, I'll just print the interest of SBI bank is dollar rate. I'll say just dollar rate. Now this is fine. Okay, you can also create other class which extend bank. For this time I will just write void main and I'll create object of SBI. SB is equal to SBI. Okay, now I'll say SBI and rate is 25.0. Now let me call SB dot interest. Okay, if I run this one, dart bank dot dart. Okay, now here you can see the interest of SBI bank is 25 got printed. In this way you can also create another bank that extend from bank. Okay, and you need to compulsory define this method. Okay, here you can also see the same example. You can also write override. This is good habit to write override here. Okay, now this is fine. And here are some key points to remember. You cannot create object of abstract class. This is one very most important key point. It can have both abstract and non-abstract method. Okay, here you can see this is abstract method and this is non-abstract method. You can also call this method. I'll say okay, sb.display. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see bank name SBI got printed. Okay, in this way you can have both abstract and non-abstract method. It is used to define the behavior of class that other class can inherit. Okay, you cannot create object of abstract class, but you can create object of subclass. Okay, abstract method only has a signature and no implementation. Here you can see this abstract method has only signature but no implementation. We need to do implementation part in our subclass. Okay, now this is all about abstract class and abstract method in Dart. If you have any question, then comment down below. You can also share this video with your friends, and you can share this video on different Flutter groups, Dart groups. This will help me to create more amazing content for you. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about interface in Dart, how to implement interface with the help of examples. Before learning interface, you must have some basic understanding of class, object, constructor, inheritance and abstraction. If you don't have basic understanding of this topic, then you can watch our previous videos or go to our previous content on website. I have made all the dedicated video and content for you. Now let's move to our interface. Okay, now here you can see in Dart every class is implicit interface. For example, in other programming language Java, there is a specific keyword interface, but in Dart there is no keyword called interface. Okay, in Java you can write interface name and do your work, but in Dart no interface keyword is available. Every class you can use, every class is interface. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see an interface defines a syntax that a class must follow. Every class must follow the interface method or properties. Okay, I will show you a practical demo. It is contract that defines the capabilities of a class. It is used to achieve abstraction in Dart programming language. When you implement an interface, you must implement all the properties and method defined in the interface. Keyword implements is used to implement an interface. Okay, now let's talk about syntax of interface. First you need to write a class, or you can also define abstract class. Abstract class is mostly used. Class interface name, and inside parentheses you can write properties and method, and class name, your new class name, and then implements interface name. In inheritance we use extend, but in interface we use implement. If you use implement, then Dart knows you are using interface. Okay, now let's move forward. Declaring interface in Dart. How you can declare interface in Dart? In Dart there is no keyword interface, but you can use a class or abstract class to declare interface. Okay, all class implicitly define an interface. Mostly abstract class is used to declare interface. Okay, now let's declare one interface. Okay, I will open Visual Studio Code. I will create abstract class called person. Okay, and I will define two method here without implementation. Where can run, person can run, and where can walk, person can walk. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, this is abstract class, but we'll use this as interface. Okay, now let's move below. Okay, implementing interface in Dart. Now you must use the implement keyword to implement an interface. The class that implement an interface must implement all the method and properties of the interface. Okay, now let's create class student that implements person. Okay, now you must define can run and can walk method here. Okay, I'll just use override. Okay, and where can run, this is one method, and override and where can walk. Okay, now this is fine. Now I will print student can run and I will just print student can walk. Okay, now let me create a main method, void main, and let me create object of student. Student s is equal to student, and I will say s dot can walk, s dot can run. Okay, now if I run this program, that is Dart interface work.dart. Okay, here you can see student can walk and student can run got printed. In this way you can use interface. What if I use extend here? There is no problem. But what if I don't create this class as abstract class? I'll create a normal class, okay? And I need to define here also. Can run, okay? And can work. I need to define. If the class is normal class, concrete class, then you need to define the function body also, okay? Okay, now there is nothing inside function body, but if I remove this one, then this will work. But if I use implements here, then this will not work. I must provide this can work method, okay? Now I will just declare it as interface, okay? Abstract class. Now this is fine, okay? This is one example of implementing interface in Dart. We'll also do various other examples, okay? Now here you can see another example. This is the first example. We have already done this example, okay? Now in this example below, there is interface laptop with two methods, turn on and turn off, okay? And the MacBook implement the interface and override the method to print the message, okay? Here is no abstract class but class, okay? Now let's do this example. I'll just create a new file, enter2.dart, okay? Now let me copy this one. Thus I'll copy this laptop, okay? Here is laptop class with two methods. One is turn on and turn off, okay? If I declare class MacBook, I'll say implement laptop. Then I need to define two methods here also. These two methods here also, okay? Just I'll say MacBook turn on, MacBook turn off, okay? If I void main, if I create object of MacBook is equal to, then I'll say mb dot turn on, okay? If I run this program, dart enter2.dart, then you can see MacBook turn on got printed. In this way you can use interface. There is more use of interface. I will show that very soon, okay? Now most of the time abstract class is used instead of concrete class to declare an interface, okay? From now on we'll use abstract class, okay? Here is another example. Here is abstract class vehicle. The vehicle has two abstract method, that is start and stop. The car implement the vehicle, here you can see, and we need to override these two method in car class also. We have already done this one. So let's talk about multiple inheritance in Dart, okay? Using extend keyword. If you use extend keyword here, then no problem. But you cannot do like this one, class MacBook extend laptop or laptop, something like that. You cannot do this one. But if you implement this, then you can do this one. We haven't defined this one, laptop, but you can do this with implement keyword, okay? Now multiple inheritance, that is called multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance means a class can inherit from more than one class. In that you can inherit from more than one class, but you can implement multiple interface in that. You can use multiple interface, okay, in the same class. Now here is the syntax: class name, implement interface 1, interface 2 and interface 3, okay? Now here you can see, let's do this example, okay? I will just remove this one for now and I will create a new file, interface org3, I will say this one, okay? Here you can see, here is abstract class area and we must define area method. Here is abstract class perimeter and we must define perimeter method. Okay, now let's move forward, and in the class rectangle, okay, I'll just copy this one. In the class rectangle, we are implementing area and perimeter. Okay, area, one is area, another one is perimeter. And here are the properties of rectangle. Here you can see integer length and breadth, and here is a constructor which initialize the value of length and breadth, and here is implementation of area, and here is implementation of perimeter. If I remove any one of them, then this will not work. Okay, if I remove this one, then this will work, but here we are implementing from two class. Yeah, so that we need to define all of the method, this method also, this method also. If you define another method here, then you need to define and implement that method here also. Okay, now this is fine. Now let's create main method, void main, and let me create object of rectangle. Okay, I'll say rectangle r is equal to rectangle, and I'll say length is 100 and breadth is 25 or 250, and I'll say r dot area, and I'll say r dot perimeter. Okay, now let me run the program. Dart interface work 3.dart. Okay, here you can see the area of rectangle is 25,000, the perimeter of the rectangle is 700. In this way you can use multiple interface. Okay, now let's move forward. Here you can see another example. Here is a person class with properties name, and here is abstract method void run and walk, and class student implement person. Okay, let's do this example. Okay, this is also unique one. Okay, now let me declare one thing. Let me declare name. Okay, let me declare name here in the class person. Okay, if I declare name here in the abstract class person, I declare name. Then if I also declare name here, string name. Okay, this currently uses extend. We need to use implement. Okay, let me use implement. Okay, I need to compulsory define this name here also. Okay, now this is fine. If you use extend, then it will automatically inherit, but if you use implement, then it will not inherit. You need to define here also. Okay, that is the thing. Okay, this is the thing you need to understand this concept also. And here is another example, that is abstract class calculate total and abstract class calculate average. Okay, we are just defining the method name. Okay, and return type. And here you can see class student which implement calculate total and calculate average, and here are properties integer mark 1, mark 2 and mark 3. Here is constructor, that will first we need to pass the value through the constructor 3 mark, and this will calculate average. Okay, average will calculate average, and total will calculate total, and this will print the give the result. Okay, you can also practice this on your own. And here is the difference between extend and implement. Okay, extend is used to inherit a class in another class. Implement is used to inherit a class as an interface in another class. This is one difference. Gives a complete method definition to subclass. Okay, here you can see if I use class only, then this will give. If I use extend here, then there is no problem, because this will give complete implementation also. Okay, this is implementation, this is body in the curly bracket, this is implementation. This will copy complete implementation in MacBook. But if I use implement here, then I need to compulsory define here also. Okay, that is compulsory. Okay, I need to define this turn on and turn off method compulsory. This is the thing. And only one class can be extended. You can extend only one class. Multiple class can be implemented. You can implement multiple class. Okay. It is optional to override the method. Concrete class must override the method of an interface. It is optional to override the method. You can override or you cannot override. It is completely your choice. Concrete class must override the method. Here is the example. Okay. If you use implement, then you must override. If you use extend, then it's your choice. If you want to just override one, then this will also okay. You can also use override keyword @override. Okay, that is also fine. Okay, now let's move forward. Constructor of superclass is called before the subclass constructor. Let us declare constructor. Okay, I will declare one default constructor here, laptop. I'll just print laptop constructor. Okay, and in the MacBook I will also create one default constructor and I will say print MacBook constructor. Okay. Okay, now this is also fine. Now here you can see we are using extend. Okay, if I create object, constructor will call automatically. If you don't know about constructor, then you can watch our previous videos or go to our previous section and watch content. Okay, now here we are using extend. Okay, let me run the program. Dart enter2.dart. Okay, here you can see first laptop constructor is called and then MacBook constructor is called. Okay, now let me do not extend it, let me implement it. Okay, now if I run this program, here you can see MacBook constructor called, but laptop constructor, it didn't call the superclass constructor. Okay, constructor of the super class is called before the subclass constructor in extend, but in implement constructor of superclass is not called before subclass constructor. This is the thing. The super keyword is used to access the member of superclass. If you use here string name, then okay, string name, then if you use interface, then you need to define this name here also. Okay, thus you need to define this name here also. But here you can see the super keyword is used to access the member of a superclass. If I say string name is equal to, I will say laptop or something, and string name is equal to, I will say MacBook. If I extend and if I print mb.name, okay, I'll create one method, display method. Just I will print laptop name is $name and I'll say laptop superclass name is $super.name. Okay. Okay, now this is fine and I will use display method here. Okay, just mb.display. Okay, if I run this program, dart enter2.dart. If I run this program, here you can see laptop name is MacBook, laptop superclass name is laptop. Okay, this is superclass name laptop and this is MacBook. Okay, and let us do one thing. Let us use implement. Okay, keyword. You cannot use super. Okay, in implement. You can use super in extend, but you cannot use super in implement. The super keyword is used to access the member of superclass. Interface members can't access using the super keyword. This is the thing. Subclass need not to override the fields of a superclass. Subclass must override the fields of interface, just like this name. Okay, if I use extend and if I don't use this one, then this will work. If I use interface, then implement, then I must use this field name or property also. Okay, this is the thing. And here are some key points to remember. An interface is a contract that defines the capability of class that has no keyword interface, but you can use class or abstract class to declare an interface. An abstract class use abstract class to declare an interface. Mostly you can use abstract class. Okay, and it is also a good practice, but you can use both. It's completely your choice. A class can extend only one class but can implement multiple interface. This is one important thing. And using the interface you can achieve multiple inheritance in that. Okay, it is used to achieve abstraction. Abstraction means hiding the internal details. Here you can see, here is just one area method, but we are hiding the details. This area is implemented here. Okay, this is the body, this is the implementation, but in the interface part, while declaring interface, we are hiding the internal details. This is called abstraction in object-oriented programming. I hope you learn about interface. If you have any question regarding interface, then you can comment down below, and please share this video with various Dart groups, Flutter groups. This will help me to create more content in future. Thank you so much for watching this video, and thank you so much for your time. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video you will learn about Mixin in Dart. With the help of Mixin, you can reuse your code multiple times. Before learning Mixin, you must have some basic understanding of class, object, constructor, inheritance. If you don't have understanding of this topic, then you can watch our previous videos or go to our website and have a look at the content. Okay, now let's move forward to Mixin. Here you can see Mixin are way of reusing the code in multiple classes. Once you create Mixin, then you can reuse the code. I will show you demo very soon. Mixin are declared using the keyword Mixin. Just like you declared class using class keyword. Similarly, you can declare Mixin with Mixin keyword, followed by the Mixin name. 3 keywords are mostly used. One is Mixin, another one is with, another one is on. I will show you practical demo of everything. Okay. Now let's move forward. Here you can see with keyword is used to apply the Mixin. It promotes dry, don't repeat yourself principle. Okay, this is useful one. And here are some rules for Mixin. Mixin cannot be instantiated. You cannot create object of Mixin. Okay, you can create object of class that use Mixin, but you cannot create object of Mixin. Okay, use the Mixin to share the code between multiple classes. This is the use case of Mixin. Mixin has no constructor and cannot be extended. You cannot extend Mixin, just like we studied on inheritance section. We can use extend keyword, but you cannot use extend keyword in Mixin. Okay, but you can use in class, but you cannot use this extend keyword in Mixin. Another one is, it is possible to use a multiple Mixin in a class. In a single class, you can use multiple Mixin. Here is the syntax for Mixin. First, you need to write a Mixin keyword and your Mixin name. You can write method properties inside this code section. Okay, and another, here is one Mixin, here is another Mixin, and this class name class is using two Mixin. With keyword is used to use Mixin. Okay, now here you can see example. Here you can see, here is one Mixin that is electric variant. Okay, here are two Mixin actually. This one is electric variant and this one is petrol variant. There are two Mixin named electric variant and petrol variant. The electric variant Mixin has a method electric variant. In the electric variant Mixin, here you can see it has electric variant method. Petrol variant Mixin has petrol variant method. Similarly, okay, the car classes uses both electric variant and petrol variant Mixin. Here you can see class car with electric variant, petrol variant. Let's do this example. Okay, I'll open my Visual Studio Code. Okay, now I'll say Mixin or .dart. Okay, let me create a Mixin first. Okay, I'll create a Mixin electric variant. Okay, I'll say word electric. I'll say just electric. Okay, variant. Just I'll print this is electric variant. Okay, and let's say we have another Mixin that is petrol variant. Okay, this is, I'll say petrol variant here, method name. Okay, now let's create class Tesla with electric variant. Okay, okay, this is one thing, and I will create class hybrid car with electric variant comma petrol variant. Okay, okay, Tesla only use electric variant Mixin, whereas this hybrid car uses both electric variant as well as petrol variant. Now let me write my main method and let me create object of Tesla. Okay, you cannot create object of this Mixin. So just like if I create electric variant EV is equal to electric variant, this is not possible. Here you can see Mixin can be instantiated. You cannot create object of Mixin. Okay, this is the thing, but you can create object of Tesla and hybrid car. Let me create object of Tesla. Tesla T is equal to Tesla, and I will say T dot. I can use this method because Tesla is using electric variant Mixin. Okay, so I can use this electric variant method T dot electric variant. This is the thing, but I can't use this petrol variant Mixin T dot petrol variant. This is not available. Okay, if I run this program dart Mixin or dart. Okay, here you can see electric variant got printed. In this way, you can also create object of hybrid car. Hybrid car SC is equal to hybrid car, and I'll say SC dot, here is electric variant also, here is SC dot petrol variant also. You can use both. This is reusing. Okay, you can use this Mixin in multiple classes. Okay, this is one thing. If I run this program, here you can see. Okay, I will run it again. Okay, I need to change the option here, petrol. Okay, let me run the program. Okay, here you can see this is electronic variant, this is electric variant, this is for Tesla, and for hybrid car this is electric variant, this is petrol variant got printed. In this way you can use Mixin, and this is the very simple example of Mixin. Okay, now here you can also see the output. Okay, now let's move forward. Here is Mixin can fly. Here you can see here is one method fly that will print I can fly, and here is another Mixin can walk, that and here is another method walk. Okay, I'll try to create this one also. Okay, I'll say Mixin 2.dart. Okay, I'll create Mixin can walk. Okay, can walk void walk. Okay, and I'll print walking. Okay, this is the thing, and I will create Mixin can run or can swim, and here I will say void swim. Okay, I will say swimming. Okay, I will say the swim. Okay, now here are two Mixin, can walk and can swim. Let me copy this method and let me paste it here. Here you can see walk method is both Mixin available. Okay, now let me create class animal, or I'll say animal name, class fish with can swim and can walk, and let me create object of fish. Okay, fish f is equal to fish, f dot I'll say walk. Okay, which method will run? Okay, I'll say one walking, here in I'll say two walking. Okay, this one walking will run or this two walking will run? Guess your answer. Okay, now let me run the program. Mixin dart Mixin 2.dart. Okay, what is your guess? Okay, now let me run the program. Before running the program, here you can see can swim, can walk. Okay, this will run the last Mixin. Okay, not first one. If the same method is available in both, then it will run the last one. Okay, if I run this program, here you can see one walking got printed. This one walking can walk, this is available from here. If I change the order, if I say can walk and can swim, then this will print can swim walk method. Okay, if I run this one, here you can see two walking got printed. Okay, in this way you can work. Okay, I'll remove this walk from here. Now let me, okay, now here is can walk and can swim method. Fish can walk, can swim. Okay, okay, I'll only say can swim for fish, and for I'll declare class human with can walk, can swim. Okay, you can also create your own method here, void print human info or print info, like that. You can also create your own method here. Okay, okay, I can call fish.swim. This is possible, fish.swim. Fish.swim is possible, and human can actually do both. Human h is equal to human human, and h dot swim is also available, and h dot walk is also available. Okay, this is the thing. If I run this program, here you can see swim. Okay, here is swim. Okay, human. Okay, first it will let me run the program again. Okay, swim one walking got printed. Okay, first fish swim, this is for fish, and this is for human, and this is for human walking. Okay, this one, fish swim, human walking. In this way you can work with Mixin. Okay, and here is one thing, that is on keyword. Sometimes you want to use Mixin only to a specific class. In this case you can use on keyword. Okay, this is the syntax: Mixin 1 on class 1. Just write Mixin name on and class name. Okay, let's see the example. Here is one abstract class animal. If you don't have any knowledge of abstract class, then you can go to our previous section or watch our previous videos. I will just create this file. I will say Mixin advanced.dart. Okay, this is abstract class animal with properties name and speed and constructor to initialize the value, and this contain one abstract method that is run. Okay, now here you can see Mixin can run, okay, on animal. Okay, this is the thing, Mixin can run on animal. Okay, we can use this can run method only on class that extend animal. Okay, now let me create a class cat with this Mixin can run. This is not possible. But if you extend the class animal, then this is possible. Okay, class cat extend animal. Okay, also we need to declare one method, create a constructor. Okay, we need to create a constructor because in our abstract class animal here is constructor. Okay, we need to create a cat constructor and pass two values, name and speed, string name and double speed, super, I will say name and speed. Okay, this will pass the value. Okay, now this is fine. You can also create properties, other properties and method, that is also available option for you. Now let me create main method. Okay, and let me use cat c is equal to cat name is catty and speed is, let's say 10. I'll say c dot run. Okay, and if I run this program, dart Mixin advanced.dart. Okay, here you can see catty is running 8 speed 10. Okay, in this way you can use on keyword on Mixin. Okay, this is the thing. If you have any question, then comment down below. And here you can see the output. Here is the class dog. Okay, and here are some important information. One is what is allowed for Mixin. You can add properties and static variables. Okay, you can also add properties here. Okay, just like you can add your properties. For example, if I say integer number is equal to 10. Okay, this is also possible. Okay, and you can just use this number here, t dot number, this is available. Okay, you can use properties. This is the thing. And static variable, you can also write here static integer. Okay, this is also available. If you use static, then you need to write Mixin name, then this variable name, okay, properties name. And you can add regular method. Regular method means this type of method. This is regular method. You can also use abstract method. If you don't apply body, then this is abstract method. In this situation, you need to define this electric variant method body here also, and you need to define this electric variant method body here also. This is the thing, okay. You can also use abstract method, and you can also definitely use the static method. You can use more Mixin in a class. This is the example. Here you can see, we are using 2 Mixin in a same class. And what is not allowed for Mixin? You can define a constructor. This is not possible. You can't extend a Mixin, okay. If you try to write Mixin electric variant extends petrol variant, then this is not possible, okay. You can't write extend here. This is the thing. And another one is you can create object of Mixin. This is, we already tried this one. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. I hope you understood the concept of Mixin. If you have any question, then comment down below. And if you like this video, hit the like button and share with your friends. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about factory constructor in Dart. All of the constructors that you have learned until now are generative constructors. Dart also provide one special type of constructor, that is factory constructor. Now let me share my screen and let's see a complete demo of factory constructor in Dart. Okay, here you can see, and one important information is, before learning factory constructor, you must have some basic understanding of class, objects, constructor and its type, like default constructor, parameterized constructor, named constructor, constant constructor, and abstract class, interface, inheritance in Dart. If you don't have understanding of this topic, then I'm sure you will definitely not understand this factory constructor. So all of the topic are included in this Dart tutorial. You can also watch our videos, and you can also go to the content and just click one content and have a look and understand that content, okay. Now let's start factory constructor in Dart. Okay, here you can see a factory constructor gives more flexibility to create an object. Generative constructor only create instance of class, like this default constructor, parameterized constructor, name constructor, constant constructor. These are generative constructor. They only create an instance of class, but factory constructor can return an instance of a class. In constructor, we don't use return keyword, but in factory constructor, we use return keyword. Factory constructor can return instance of class or even subclass. You can return an instance of class or even subclass. I will show you practical demo very soon. It is also used to return the cast instance of a class. Okay, I will also show the example of this one. Okay, here you can see syntax for factory constructor in Dart. First you write class name, just you need to write factory keyword. Okay, factory keyword and your constructor name. Okay, you can also use named constructor in factory constructor. You can also make default constructor as a factory constructor, that is your choice. And here are some rules for factory constructor in Dart. Okay, factory constructor must return an instance of class or subclass. Factory constructor must return instance of class or subclass. You must write return keyword. Okay, we'll definitely do the example very soon. You can't use this keyword inside factory constructor. You can use this keyword inside generative constructor, but not in factory constructor. That is the thing. And another one is, it can be named or unnamed and call like normal constructor. Okay, named constructor means this one is named constructor. If you want to learn more about named constructor, then you can go to our previous section. Okay, it can't access the instance member of a class. For example, in class name we have string name, then you can't access that name with the factory constructor. Okay, inside factory constructor. Okay, now let's see example of factory constructor. And first, without factory constructor, let's do one task without factory constructor, and we'll see what is the problem, and then we'll solve that with factory constructor. Okay, here you can see one example. There is a class area with final properties length, breadth and area. Okay, this capital area is class name, this small area is properties. Okay, when you pass length and breadth to the constructor, it calculates the area and stores the value in the area property. Okay, here is the concept of initializer list. This is initializer list, and initializer list allows you to assign properties to a new instance variable before the constructor body runs, but after creation. Okay, now let's do the example. Okay, I'll create one file. I'll say fact1.dart. Okay. Okay. First of all, let me create a class. Okay. Our class name is area. Okay. And with 3 final properties: length, breadth, and area. Okay. Class. I'll create a class area. And okay. Okay. First, I will create final double length. Okay, and another one is final double breadth, and I will say final double area. Okay, now let me create one constant constructor. Constant constructor does not have body. I will say this dot length and this dot breadth, and let me use initializer list. Okay, this is initializer list. Just I will find area is equal to length into breadth. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now let me create one method, void display, and I will say print area is $area. Okay, now let me write main method. Okay, and let me create object of area. Area A is equal to area, and let me pass the length and breadth. I'll pass length is 150 and breadth is 250. Okay, now I will use a.display. Okay, if I run this program, dart fact1.dart. If I run this program, here you can see area is 37,500. But what if I write minus here? Okay, here you can see the answer is in negative, but in area, in length, there is no minus. Okay, we must provide some exception. In this situation, you can use factory constructor. Okay, how you can write condition here in constant constructor? You will not be able to write a body here. Okay, writing body is not possible here in constant constructor. So you must create factory constructor. That is one way. Using factory constructor, you can solve this problem. Okay, let's do this with factory constructor. Okay, here you can see here is one area object, and here is one area 2 object, and when we pass negative value, then it will also show the answer. Okay, and Here area to object has a negative value. This is because we are not validating the input. Let's create a factory constructor to validate the input. Okay, now let me make our constructor, this constructor is private constructor. Okay, thus write area dot underscore internal. This is private constructor. Okay, this is fine. And let's create factory constructor. Okay, factory constructor must begin with factory keyword. Okay, I'll say factory area. Okay, this is factory constructor, and we need to pass the length and breadth. Okay, let me pass double, I'll say double L, double B. Okay, that is fine. Okay, and we can check the condition here. If length is less than 0 and breadth, I'll say or breadth is less than 0, then I'll throw exception, and here I'll say length and breadth must be positive. Length and breadth must be positive. Okay, this is the thing. And else I will redirect to this constant constructor. Okay, I'll redirect to area dot underscore internal, and I will pass L and B. This is constructor redirection. Okay, and here is one problem. Let's see. The body might be complete normally, causing null to be returned, but the return type area is potentially not nullable type. Okay, we need to pass. Okay, we are missing this return keyword. We must return the class or subclass in factory constructor. Okay, this is the thing. And let me run the same program. Okay, now if I run the same program, here you can see length and breadth must be positive. Okay, if I write positive value, then it will calculate, otherwise it will not calculate, it will throw the exception. Okay, here you can see area is calculated. If I write some negative value somewhere, then it will throw the exception. This is the one use of factory constructor. Okay, now let's move forward. I hope you understood this example 1 and example 2. If you have any question, then comment down below, or you can also connect with me in Instagram or Facebook or other social networking sites. Now let's move to another example. That is, in the example below, there is a class named person with properties first name and last name, and here are two constructors. One is normal constructor, and the other one is factory constructor. The factory constructor create person object from a map. Okay, if you don't have understanding of map, then you can move to our previous section, this map topic. In map, data is stored in keys and values. Okay, now let me do this example. Okay, I will create one class that is person dot dart. Okay, this is the thing, and I will say class person. Okay, and here you can see two properties and one constructor. Okay, this is the thing, and let me also go to website, and here is factory constructor from map. Okay, this is factory constructor. Okay, I'll say person dot from map. This is named constructor. Okay, you will see a lot of example, this type of example in your Flutter project. And if you want to master Flutter, then you need to understand this topic. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, this is person.from map, and inside map we need to pass map of string and object. Okay, I'll pass map of string and object. Okay, this object can be anything. Okay, now this is the thing. And now, okay, we need to find a first name and last name. Okay, final first name is equal to map, first name is string. Okay, this first name from the map and this last name from a map. And okay, we need to return. Okay, I'll also use this constructor redirection, this feature here. Okay, I'll return person. In person, first I need to pass the first name and I need to pass a last name. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, here are some issue. Let's solve the issue. Okay, not nullable instance field first name must be initialized. Okay, let's see the example here also. Okay, here is factory person.from map final. Okay, this is, I think this is correct, person.from map. Okay, let's see extract method, new method, person.from map. We are using map of string object and we are returning the person with first name and last name. This is fine, I think. Okay, let me check this one. Okay, this is fine here, but not fine. Return person first name last name and person.from map. What is the difference here? Okay, oh sorry, I need to write factory keyword. Okay, this is the problem. Okay, now let's move forward. And now let me create main method. Okay, void main. Okay, let me create object of person from this constructor. Okay, person p is equal to person, and I will pass Bimal and I will pass Jackson. Okay, this is the one thing. And I will also print person dot first name. Okay, I'll say person full name is dollar person dot first name dollar p dot, okay, dollar p dot first name and one space dollar p dot last name. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, now let me create object from map. Okay, I'll say person p2, I'll say p2 is equal to person from map. I need to pass a map. Okay, you can also declare map here. You need to write a map of, I'll say map of string, and one is string, another one is object. Object is person. Okay, person is equal to, I need to write a name also, my map. Okay, I need to pass first name. Okay, first name, and first name is, I'll say John, and then I need to pass last name. Okay, map of string person. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, I need to pass first name is and last name. This is the thing, first name and last name. Okay, I'll just pass this one. This is single map. Okay, I'll say just map. Okay, that is fine. Okay, now I will pass this my map here. Okay, and let me print my map dot p2 dot. Okay, I'll say person full name is this one. Person full name is p2 dot first name, p2 dot last name. Okay, if I run this program, dart person dot dart. Okay, here you can see person full name is Harry Potter got printed. Okay, in this way you can use factory constructor. This is another example. I hope you understood this concept. Okay, I will also print my map dot runtime type. Okay, runtime type. If I run this program, here you can see hash map of string and string. Here this object is string. You can also say string and string here. Okay, this is the thing. And if you don't write string, that will be okay. Oh, that is not okay. You need to write string. You can also write string here. That is the thing. Okay. In this way, you can create object from map. You can also create object from JSON. I will talk about that in our another video, in our Flutter video. Okay. Now let's move to another example using factory constructor in Dart. Okay. Now here you can see here is there is enum shape type with two values. One is circle, another one is rectangle, and there is interface shape with factory constructor that create object of type shape either circle or rectangle. Okay, this is the thing. The main method instantiate two objects, one of each type, and calls the draw method. Okay, let's do this example. Okay, first of all, here let's create enum shape type with circle and rectangle. Okay, let me create a new file. I will say fact3.dart. Okay, let me create enum shape type. Enum shape type is circle and rectangle. Okay, this is enum shape type with circle and rectangle. This is fine. Okay, this is fine. Now let's create one interface. Okay, this is abstract class shape. Okay, I'll say abstract class shape. You can use abstract class as an interface. Okay, now let me create subclass. Okay, I will first let us create subclass and then we'll discuss about this factory constructor. Okay, now let me create subclass, that is not subclass, will implement the shape. Okay, class circle implement shape. Class, I will say circle which implement shape. This is the thing. Okay, this is one thing, and let's create another class rectangle implement shape. Okay, this is another class, and let me write one method here, void draw with no body. We need to override here draw method, void draw, and I will print drawing circle. Okay, and here let me also override the same method. This is important, this is most, we have to do this one. Okay, drawing rectangle. This is fine. Now this is okay. Okay, now in the abstract class we need to create a factory constructor that will return either circle or rectangle. Okay, this is subclass. Okay, now let's do the example. Okay, we need to create a factory constructor. Okay, factory. Okay, I'll say shape. This is constructor name, and I will pass shape type. I'll say st. Okay, if shape type is equal to shape type dot circle, then I'll return circle. Okay, else if or I'll say if st is equal to shape type dot rectangle, then I will return rectangle. Okay, else I'll throw error. Okay, in the main method, let me create object of shape. Okay, you can create object of shape. If you don't write this factory constructor, then you cannot create shape as is equal to shape. Okay, here you'll see the message, abstract class cannot be instantiated. But if you write factory constructor here, if there is factory, okay, here is factory constructor, then you can do this one. Okay, shape as is equal to shape, we need to pass shape type dot, I'll pass rectangle. Okay, and if I print, or if I just write s dot draw method, then you can see that factory dot that. Here you can see drawing rectangle. If I change the shape to circle, then you can see drawing circle. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, here you can see factory constructor must return instance of class or subclass. Okay, now we are returning instance of subclass. This is the thing. I hope you understood about this topic. And one important thing is it is possible to make list which contains both circle and rectangle. Okay, you can just write here list of shape. Okay, list of shape, I'll say shapes is equal to, I'll say blank list. Okay, and I will add shapes dot add this one, this shape. Okay, and I will also add rectangle. You can add multiple values, and let me use looping. Okay, for loop for I in shapes, I'll say for shape. For shape I in shape, I'll just print, or I'll use I dot draw method. Okay, you can see if I run this, drawing circle and drawing rectangle got printed. In this way you can work with this factory keyword. Okay, this is one of the most important example. Now let's move forward, and here is another example, factory constructor in Dart. Okay, in this example there is a class person with final field name. Here you can see it also has a private constructor and a static catch field. The class also has a factory constructor that checks if the catch field contains a key that matches the name parameter. If it does, return the person object associated with that key. Otherwise, it will create a person object and add it to the cache and return it. Okay, now let's do this example. Okay, first of all, I will create a class. I will say fact4 dot dart. Okay, this is the thing, and class I will say person. Okay, this is the person class. First we need to write final string name. This is the name, and here you can see this person internal this dot name. This means private constructor. Okay, this is private constructor. Okay, now let me create one cache field, that is static final map of string and person. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, static final map of string and person, that is cache, and we are passing string and person here. Okay, this is the thing, and let me write a factory constructor. Okay, 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 now let me write factory, and I'll say person, and we need to pass the name first. Okay, that is string. Okay, I'll make this one here, and I will, okay, that is fine. Okay, first of all we need to pass string name. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, I'll check the name is already available in cache or not. Okay, if our cache dot contains key, that is name, contains key, that is name, then we need to return that cache name. Okay, this cache name. Okay, I need to write null safety, this exclamation. We'll talk about this exclamation in our upcoming section. Okay, cache dot contains key name, and it will return cache name. This means it will return the person object. Okay, this is the thing, cache name. Okay, cache name, just like you will write map of string country capital is equal to, here you can write like Nepal, Kathmandu, US, WDC. Okay, okay, this is the thing. Okay, I'll just write enter. Okay, here you can see, here is the map of string and string, but here is a map of string and person. Okay, this, if you need to access, if you need to print, this will not work here. Okay, we need to create a main method. Okay, just I'll create a main method here. Okay, if you want to print country capital of US, then you need to write country capital US. Okay, it will print this US capital, that is Washington DC, WDC. Okay, this is the thing, and the type of that WDC is string. Okay, because here you can see string. Similarly, it will also return the cache name. Okay, cache name, that is the type is person. That is the thing. Okay, I hope you understood this topic. Okay, else I'll write another condition. Else we need to create a person. I'll say person is equal to, I'll say person dot internal, and we need to pass a name, and I need to add that name to cache. Okay, person dot name is equal to person. This is the thing, and then I'll return person, return this person. Okay, now this is okay. You can also write final here. Okay, this is the thing, this is factory constructor, and let me now create 3-person object. Okay, here you can see 3-person object, and if I print person1 dot hash code, and if I print person2 dot hash code, and if I print person3 dot hash code, okay, and if I run this program, I'll just run this program, okay, dart fact4 dot dart, okay, here you can see same hash code in this line number 1 and this line number 3, okay. This person1 hash code and person3 hash code are same because the name is same, okay. If you write another person4 and if you print that person4 hash code, then it will be same, okay. It will make your program very fast, okay. This is the thing, okay. I hope you understood this concept. You need to understand about this map, okay. And inside factory constructor we are passing one name. If we can find that find the name in cache, then we can directly return that cache name. If we don't find the name, then we need to create one object of person by using this private constructor, and then we are just saving the person details to cache, and we are returning that person. This is the thing. I hope you understood about this topic. This is a little difficult topic to understand at first, but while you are continuously working on this, I am sure that you will definitely understand this topic very clearly. And if you have any question, then comment down below. I will definitely help you. Okay, now let's move forward. Okay, let's talk about singleton. Singleton is a design pattern actually. In Flutter, if you are creating a database application, then you can just create a singleton, okay. And you can if you create singleton, then you can use that singleton in multiple places, okay. Here you can see the code, this code create, okay. Let's first talk more about singleton, okay. Singleton are a common design pattern in object-oriented programming. A singleton class can only have one instance and provide global point of access to it. You can create a singleton in Dart by defining factory constructor that always return the same instance. Singleton always return the same instance, okay. It is mostly useful when you want to create a single instance of class and use it throughout the application, like database connection application. If you are creating to-do application using Flutter and SQLite, then you can use this singleton, okay. Singleton design pattern. Okay, here is one example of singleton using factory constructor. This code creates singleton class that can only be instantiated once and provide the factory constructor to get the instance of that. The main method create two objects of the singleton class and print the hash code of the object to verify that they are same, okay. I'll just copy this one and let me create new file. I'll say singleton, okay. Let me paste it here. Okay, here you can see this is our class singleton and this is static variable, okay. Static final singleton, I'm writing this instance is equal to singleton dot internal. This is private constructor singleton dot internal, okay. We create private constructor because you can't write like that singleton dot internal. You can write from here, but that is library level private. If I go to new file, okay, if I go to new file and I'll say main dot dart, and if I create main method here and import the this singleton, import library singleton, okay, and let me go to singleton, okay, and here I can use singleton dot underscore internal. This is fine, but if I use this one here in the main method, this is not okay because singleton does not have a constructor named internal, okay. This is not possible. This is because that is library level private. Okay, this is the thing. I hope you understood about this topic. Okay, now let me run this singleton file. Okay, dart singleton.dart. Okay, here you can see, okay, object 1 has code. I need to remove this one. Okay, I'll just create singleton. Okay, here you can see same hash code. Okay, this same hash code means we are using same instance multiple times. Okay, this is the thing about singleton. I will try to create one separate video for singleton in upcoming section. Okay, for that subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon, because I will create Flutter videos more on this channel and Dart videos. Okay, yeah, you can see the both objects have same hash code. This is because both objects are pointing to the same instance. This is the thing. Okay, here singleton dot underscore internal is private constructor, so that you can call it from outside, so that you cannot call it from outside the class. The factory constructor is used to return the same instance of a class. Okay, this is actually outside the library. Okay, you can create a call from outside the class, but library means a file. You cannot create it from outside the library. Okay, here are some key points about factory constructor. It uses factory keyword to define a factory constructor. This is one most important key points. It returns an instance of a class or subclass. We have already learned this one. It is used to implement factory design pattern, return subclass instance based on input parameter, as shown in example 4. It is used to implement the singleton design pattern. We have already discussed about singleton design pattern. It is used to initialize the final variable with logic that cannot be handled in initializer list. We have already learned about this one in example 1 and example 2. Thank you so much for watching this video up to the very end. If you have any question regarding factory constructor, comment down below and share this video with your friends and various Flutter group, Dart group. I will see you in the next video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to Dart tutorial. In this video, you will learn about generics in Dart. With the help of generics, you can create a class or function that can work with different types of data. It helps you to reuse your code. Now let me share my screen and let's learn generics with the help of examples. Okay, here you can see some important information about generics. Generics is a way to create a class or function that can work with different types of data. If you look at the internal implementation of list class, if you don't have any knowledge of list class, then you can go to our previous section or watch our previous video on list. Okay, if you look at the internal implementation of list class, it is a generic class because you can create list of integer, you can create list of string, you can also create list of boolean, you can create list of double. It's completely your choice. You can create list of anything, that is your choice. Okay, now let's look at the internal implementation of list. Okay, here you can see list of integer, nums, that is holding value 1 2 3, list of double, values, similarly list of string, names, and here is map. Okay, let's look at the internal implementation of this list. Just press Ctrl and click here. Okay, this will show you the internal implementation. Okay, this is abstract class and the class name is list. Okay, abstract class, our class name, and after the class name you can see this less than symbol, and after that here is one character E. This E means element, and after this here is greater than symbol. Okay, this bracket, inside the bracket here is E character. Okay, this means element. Okay, you can pass any type. Okay, instead of E, you can pass integer, double, string, or any other type. It's completely your choice. That is the beauty of generics. Okay, here is the syntax for generic. First, you need to write a class keyword, and then you need to write a class name. Then after that, inside this bracket, you need to write this T. Okay, this T means type, that E means element. Okay, you can also write a K for keys or key, and V for value. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, now let's do one example without using generics or with using generics. Okay, let's do the example. For that, I will create a new file. I'll say gen.dart. Okay, and let me create a class. I'll say integer data. Okay, in data, class name is in data, and I will just write data field here, and let me create a constructor, and I will pass this dot data. Okay, now let me create another class for this is for integer. For double, I will create a new class double data. Okay, and I will say double data, and I will say double data this dot data. Okay, now let me create a main method. Okay, void main, and let me create object of in data and double data. In data id is equal to in data, and I will pass 25. Okay, and I'll say double data dd is equal to double data, and I will pass 28.9. Okay, and let me print id dot data, and let me also print dd dot data. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, now let's run the program. Dart gen.dart. Okay, here you can see 25 and 28.9 got printed. Okay, now what if you want to store a string? For this, you need to create a new class for a string data, and you need to write string in constructor name, and this string in this field name also. Okay, here you can see the repetition of code. Okay, this is not a good idea. You can just use generic and solve this issue. Okay, just write class, and I'll write a class name is data, and after the class name, here you can see the syntax. You can just write type. Okay, just write T here. T means type, and inside the curly bracket, here you can see double data. Here you can see integer data. We need to write T data. This can be anything. Okay, and we need to create a constructor. Our class name is data, so I will pass this dot data. Okay, if I remove these two class, then this will work for us. Okay, I'll say just data, and here also same. Okay, if I run this program, I'll get the same result, and I can also add integer here. Okay, integer, and here double. If I write integer mistakenly here, then it will not work. Okay, I need to write double here. Okay, now this is fine. I can also create a string. Okay, data of string. I'll say ds data of string, and I'll pass hello, and if I print ds dot data, then here you can see hello got printed. In this way, you can use generic class. This is the very easy example of generic class. I hope you understood about generic class. If you have any question, then please do comment down below, or you can also learn from this website dart-tutorial.com. Just read this multiple times. Definitely you'll definitely understand this one. Okay. Now here you can see generic type variable. Here are most commonly used character. T means type, E means element, K means key, and B means value. Okay. And if you look at the internal implementation of map class, okay, here you can see map. If I press Ctrl and click here, okay, here you can see here are key and B. This K means key and B means value. Okay, this is the internal implementation of map class, so that you can store anything in key and value. For example, here we are storing name in key and string in key and string in value, string in key, integer in value, string in key, and double in value. Okay, this is the internal implementation of map class, how map class works. Okay, now let's talk about generic method. In generic method, you can pass value of any type. That is the beauty of generic method. Here is the implementation of how we can how we can define a generic method. I'll just copy this one and let me create a new file, that is gen.dart or genmethod.dart. Okay, here you can see generic method. I will say gen method method. Okay, let me create a main method. Okay, I'll just print gen method hello. This will work. Okay, gen method.dart. Here you can see hello got printed. If I pass 25, then it will print 25. With the help of this generic method, you can pass any type of value. That is the beauty of generic method. You can also pass multiple values, like I can pass t2 or t value 2. Okay, and I need to pass here also 25, and here you can see, okay, I will just returning value. Okay, if I run this one, 25 got printed, and if I write 20 and 25, this will print 20. Okay, this is the beauty of generic class. You can pass multiple values also with the different type. If I write here hello, and if I return value 2, then it will print hello here. Okay, this is the beauty of generic class, generic method. Okay, this is the beauty of generic method. Now let's move forward. Here you can see one example, generic method with multiple parameter. We already learned about that one. And one important thing in generic, that is restricting the type of data. You can also restrict the type of data. Okay, here you can see our class, that is data. We can pass any type, integer, double, string. What if you want to pass only two type, that is int and double? For this you need to restrict the type. For that, just write extend, and you need to write type here. Num basically means for integer and double. Num represent integer, double. So if I write num here, then this will not work. Okay, you can also restrict the type by using extend keyword after this t. Okay, inside this bracket. This is the another beauty of generics. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you understood about generics. If you want to learn more about generics, then you can also go to our website and watch there. Thank you so much for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Thank you.